Alright, hello YouTube friends, fellow gamers, everyone who might be watching now or later. I'm Vince, I have the YouTube channel Role Play. Um, hey, I have the same problem as I had last time, that I have my YouTube window open, so I hear people talk now. Let me fix that. That's so confusing, man. I just hear my own introduction in my own ears again. But here we are.
That echo.
Yeah, just from keeping your YouTube window open, and then you hear it in your own ear blasting very loud. But we're good to go with my second one-shot organized through the Tabletop RPG one-shot group, which will be called Defending Sarupolis, in which the player characters will play orcs, and they're waging a war at the moment. You'll hear way more about that, but first of all, I'd like all my lovely player characters to introduce themselves, plug a channel if they have, plug anything else they want, or just say their name and wave. And we'll start on my left, which is with Chase.
I'm Chase. I don't have any channels or anything, so.
Cool.
Did you want us to introduce our characters, or is?
You could do it briefly, but yeah, we'll get a moment for that in the game as well. So.
Okay, I'll just wait then.
All right, then Dan.
All right, my name is Dan. Make sure you check out the Tabletop One-Shot group. Lots of good games going on there. I've DM'd a couple of games and played a bunch of games through the Unnamed Adventures Guild. It's a fun little group for kind of one-shot progression games. And that's it for me. Today I'll be playing Coral, an orc pirate.
Nice. Marshall, you're next, man.
Yep, and I'm Marshall. I've actually played in a few of Dan's games, and I'm also a member of the Unnamed Adventures Guild, and I'm on the D&D one-shot on Facebook.
Yep. So have I. I've also played in Dan's games, and I can recommend them. So if you get a chance to join one of Dan's games, go and do it. Then we have Lucas.
Howdy, yeah, my name's Luke. I'm also a member of the one-shot group on Facebook. I will be DMing my first one-shot either late June or early July, so if you join, check that out.
Yeah, I saw your interest post for that. Nice.
That's my plug.
All right, cool stuff. And then we're joined by a first-time 5th edition player as well, and his name is Marcos.
Yeah, hi guys, my name is Marcos. As Vince said, this is my first time playing 5e. I hope it's a good experience. And today I will be playing Mughal the Dragonkin, the Red Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer.
Nice, exciting. All right, well, let me set the scene for you guys a little bit. Yeah, I run the one-shot as part of developing the history of my homebrew world. So right now I'm trying to get a feel for what's going on with the orcs that are actually extinct at the time when my players of my home group are in this world. So we have orcs in this world being orcs, having lots of territorial wars. There's lots of clans, different tribes of orcs, so in the Condor Mountains, and basically most of them are surrounding Griffin Peak. And the Condor Mountains are pretty lush hills, and that's basically because the highest peak, Griffin Peak, is always covered in clouds and perpetual thunderstorms. It's above the tree line, so it's very bare, very harsh environment, and rain just keeps pouring down there that flows into the valleys, making the valleys very green and lush. In these valleys live the Hill Dwarves, which are they actually live on the surface of the mountain. They're industrious miners and hard laborers, digging for ore, oil, that sort of stuff. Um, yeah, they've been sharing the mountains with these orcs, so they've had many territorial clashes, most of them induced by the orcs. The plains and the forest beyond Condor Mountain is home to the High Elves, which are wise, extremely religious Thurges, um, and even they have been engaged by the orcs. So the dwarves and the elves have set aside their differences and have picked up arms against all these clans, being bloodlusty as they are. So for 45 years now, they've joined their forces and tried to hunt down every last one of them, basically. So recently, all the clans have been driven up higher towards Griffin Peak. They've basically been surrounded from different angles on the mountain and all driven up towards Griffin Peak. And like I said, Griffin Peak is a very high peak. It's always covered in dark gray, thunderstormy clouds. Lightning strikes it all the time. Yeah, there's the smell of ozone in the air there. The rocks are sharp and wet from all the rain, and it's rough terrain. And basically, that's where you fought your last battle against a battalion of high elves known as the spell swords. They have their elven thin blades, and they channel divine and arcane magic alike through their blades. And it's been a tough battle. Like your numbers were already down. Basically, some of your villagers, some of your friends and family who have never fought before had to pick up arms in this battle, and they've never even seen magic before, let alone being pierced by a magically imbued blade. So it's been tough. You've managed to fight them off a little bit, but you've been driven higher up, and right now you're in the clouds at the top of Griffin Peak. So visibility is poor. It's like walking through dense, very dense fog. And every now and then the fog just lights up because there's just a thunder going off, and it actually strikes the floor there. So the mountain shakes at its core, and the noise is deafening. And it's like walking through a stroboscope. And basically that's where Bogak, Groom, and Mugarod meet each other, joined by a couple of the fighters that were in their clan, and yeah, just trying to shake off the last battle. So if one of you could go ahead and describe what your character looks like, who he has with him, and how he got through the last battle, that would be great.
Well, I guess I'll go first. Mugarod is fairly common-looking orc. You know, besides the dragon-related issues. Built to be a fighter. Pretty tall, scars all over his body. The only thing related to armor he has is the actual scales imbued to him by his bloodline. He wears sort of like a dark blood red cloak, not cloak, vest on his chest with like a gory blood, gory war kilt around his waist. He's currently walking in front of his warriors, no wounded, simply because he ordered his people to leave him behind. His belief is that since he is an orc and he was blessed with the ability of the dragon, that anyone who cannot defend themselves deserves whatever happens to them. So there are I don't want to say no wounded, but there are those that are wounded are like the ones who only got like a single scratch on their armor. So there's like 15 I would say total warriors pretty much up to full health.
All right, nice. And while walking around there, you spot another figure, which is actually Groom. So if you could go ahead and describe how your last battle fared and what your character looks like and stuff like that.
Groom is a younger looking orc. He is wielding a shield, a wooden shield in one arm, and in the other arm he is wielding a what we'd call a warhammer, but it looks more archaic. It's made out of wood and iron rather than out of like really fancy hilts or anything like that. It's very crude. The big thing about him is that he has scale mail, but it doesn't look like fish scales. It looks more like snake skin. And this is synonymous with his clan, who more act like snakes than they do more like orcs. His clan, the Venomfang, are very what's the word? They're
Feral.
no, very devout to Groomish, the god of orcs, and so he kind of adopted part of Groomish's name in his own. So his name wasn't originally Groom, but it now is, and he ignores that it used to be his name. But
All right.
what else would you like to know about it? I'm gonna.
As much as you'd like to share, man. If you're done, you're done.
The only other thing I can think of is that the majority of his clan aren't big fighters. They're not like barbarians or stuff like that. They're mostly stealthy kind of crew, or as he is, clerics of death.
All right, cool. Yeah, and then there's actually a member of another clan here, and that would be Marshall, your character, Mugarod. No, Bogak, my bad.
Yeah, Bogak.
Yeah.
And he'll kind of see these other orcs start to gather, and he actually kind of almost drops down from above, just kind of off the rockier areas. And when he stands up, he probably comes about chest high to most of the rest of them around. He's fairly small built for an orc, and you can kind of hear the tapping footsteps behind him as his companion tops the same area that he dropped down from. That's Moramang. It's a wolf spider that is nearly the same size as he is.
Very cool. And then, as you guys sort of wander through the mist and can make out that there are actually other casualties of the last battle here as well, you see another figure, and he actually has someone with him, but I'll let Dan tell you about that. That's your character, Dan. Aye, Coral.
So you'll see this red orc kind of approaching up the mountain, and his skin looks almost as if it's kind of scabbed or scaled with these red kind of crusty color, and he was cursed at one point by a sea hag, and you can tell he's a pirate. He has all the distinctive features. He has a bandana with skulls on it. He's wearing red scale mail, which kind of almost blends in with his like thick kind of scabbed over skin, and he has a very large wolf pelt kind of hanging off his back like a cape. He's carrying a large halberd in one hand, and in the other hand he's kind of dragging, almost scraping across the ground intentionally, what looks like a high elf of high ranking. And he seems to be getting a kick out of it, just kind of like pushing him down and dragging him through the rocks, trying to inflict misery upon him. He has skulls at his belt and tridents at his back, and he approaches up the mountain to the fortress, looking as if he had to wade his way through battle to get there.
All right, and as you, the four of you, sort of get closer to the summit of this mountain, you notice in the distance, as a bolt of lightning strikes, you see far into the fog, you see a silhouette of another warrior, and he actually has got a mount with him as well. And this is actually someone you guys will recognize. This is the character of Chase, named Krusk, and he is the chief of a clan of orcs that did not want to participate in peace talks uniting talks between all the clans of orcs. He wanted to stay by himself, and I'll let Chase do the further introductions of his character.
As you all approach the summit of the mountain, you can hear the sounds of thunder in the distance, and you see this really huge orc, probably 7.5 feet tall, wearing spiked scale mail made from the skulls of the enemies that he's slain. On his hip you see the shape of a large whip, and he's wielding a maul, and as you approach you see him just take the maul, and a elven scout just goes flying off the cliff, and it screams as it falls into the chasms. And he turns and he whistles, and this large warg that he rides into battle approaches, blood dripping from its maw. And then he turns and he yells, "Get the women and children into the fortress now!" And you can hear the sounds of booted footsteps behind him as they go into the fortress. And he sees you in the distance, and he begins stalking towards you as warg, moving along behind, occasionally stopping to eat some of the dead elves. And he approaches you, and he's an older orc, long white hair. The maul that he carries is decorated with the trophies of his victories, teeth and fingers, and his armor was made by himself. You can see the smithing hammer hanging from his belt. And yeah, that's Krusk. So.
All right, nice, man. Yeah, as Krusk approaches the others of you, like I said, you have some knowledge of this figure. He's of a clan that certainly didn't want to join with the other clans in forces against the elves. Krusk, you notice Aya Coral immediately with this elven general by his side, and I'll let you guys roleplay a bit if you want, and otherwise, yeah, we'll skip to heading into the fortress, but go ahead if you want.
You look familiar. You must be Krusk, chief of the Orcs.
The Long Tusk clan, that's correct. Aye, is that you?
Yes, my people. Yes, my people were long ago pushed out of this place, but I returned with this filth. And he pulls the high elf from the ground, kind of raises him up with one hand, and then tosses him back on the ground again. I see they're trying to push us from the mountain entirely.
They'll have a hard time of it. Grumsh wants blood. We're gonna give him blood. But you bring me this gift of this elf. He will tell us much.
He'll tell us much before he has nothing else to give.
You'll make sure of that.
And again, he'll grab him by the ankle and just continue dragging him face down towards the fortress.
Yeah, and this general is actually wearing like a full plate armor that's heavily decorated with elven script that's engraved in it, and it's barely visible anymore. Like it's just been scratched so much from you dragging him along, and his face is actually heavily scratched as well. He has a very young-looking, pristine face with grayish hair going down, very long, and it just looks messed up at the moment. And he hasn't been saying much so far, but
And do we make it up to the fortress just fine?
yeah, if you guys want to head there, then I'll describe how you get there. It's like the you have this as you go up to the summit of the mountain, you have this gate, and this gate is basically two huge Minotaur statues on either side, serving as pillars. They're about 40 feet tall, and they're standing there holding axes and looking down with opened mouths and big fangs and looking very imposing. And this leads to an entryway into the mountain, and the road that takes you into the mountain is in a hallway that's 20 feet wide and 20 feet high, and it gradually slopes down. And this road is about a mile long, and on the left side of this mile-long road, you have about 77 statues, and the 77 statues are all of different types of devils. And if you continue down this road, you actually get to a off this road on the sides there are dozens of smaller minor roads because this Minotaur city was a huge labyrinth, so it's confusing. And it connects to natural cave systems, it connects to former mine shafts. It's just a complete maze. But this one main road goes down straight for a mile until it comes into a gorge, and you have this cliff and a small pathway, very narrow, that leads up to a stronghold that's suspended above the gorge. And you've seen the map of this. This is a Minotaur stronghold that consists of three towers. One of them is embedded in the stone. The natural stone of the gorge actually comes down on top of this tower. And there's two bridges connecting the towers. And yeah, Long Tusk has been here for a while. He's been hiding out. And what I'll do is I'll bring up the map of the stronghold on screen share, and I'll tell you a little bit about the rooms, and then yeah, we'll take it from there. So you guys can strategize a little bit, maybe interact with the Elven General a little bit more, or stuff like that.
How steep is the entrance leading up to the, or the landing leading up to the entrance of this stronghold?
You mean the 1 mile road with the statues on the side? Yeah, it's, well, how would I say it? About 10-degree angle, I guess.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay, so this is my first time screen sharing. Let's see. Ah, there we go. Share. That's the general. And then that's the map. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. I'll tell you a little bit about the rooms because, like I said, this has been a Minotaur stronghold. So with number one, yeah, you have that cliff passage that leads to the gate of the stronghold and the Minotaur gate on the other side. 2 is the entry hall. You have like a barred door that rolls down, basically like a medieval fortress would have. And on the inside, on either side of these doors, there are 2 10-foot tall bronze golems of Minotaur stature, and one of them is toppled over. One of them holds an axe, and the one that's toppled over actually lies on top of an axe as well. And these bronze golems have red ruby eyes. Yeah, there's a fireplace there, as you can see, and then with number 3 we have stairs up to the roof of this tower. At number 4, you have a former armory. There's rustled plate armors that would fit probably only a Minotaur. And you have some mostly rusted weaponry. It's been trashed. There's rusted weaponry and remains of weapons and armor alike all across the floor. Number 5 is possibly an storage room. It's a complete mess. There's some areas there that Krusk has cleared, and there are some bedrolls now, so some of his men are sleeping there, but it's mainly just rubble. At number 6, we have a well that's filled with foul, rotten, stenchy water, and there's actually the walls of this room have been painted, and you see paintings of minotaurs and devils actually interacting together all over this room, the walls of this room. And you also see the bronze golems that you saw before are actually pictured there as well. At number 7, that's a big room with 2 sections, and in the top section where the fireplace is also, there is an altar, a granite altar, very basic. There's some skulls engraved in it. There's some skulls lying on the floor as well. And from the altar, which is in the middle of the top section of room number 7, there's black stains on the floor that lead to the door that leads up to the bridge with number 9. Room number 8 seems to be an old temple dedicated to some sort of devil. Again, the frescoes and the paintings lining these walls are everywhere. There's a lot of runes to be seen, runes that you don't recognize, you can't really read. 9, this bridge, it has a pretty high railing, but on the right side of the bridge, some of the railing is missing, and that seems deliberate. It doesn't seem like it's been destroyed. It seems like there's just a 10-foot wide section that was never built with a railing. And the black stains that started at the altar actually lead up to this clearing of the railing. Then, as we continue, we have number 10 on in the tower that's actually embedded in the cliff, and that's a hallway that's obstructed with rubble and debris of all sorts. It's hard to pass through there. It's difficult terrain. 11 is where Krusk is currently sleeping. He claimed that room to be his own. I'll let him describe it if he wants. 12 is another sleeping quarters. It's been cleared of all the rubble, and there's bunks there for the men of Krusk. 13 is the old Minotaur throne room. It has Minotaur statues carrying different weaponry. It has a huge throne sitting in front of the fireplace. It has rusty axes and shields hanging on the walls. It has more frescoes of yeah, basically scenes from the Minotaur city. Krusk also claimed this room, obviously. This is his throne room now. Number 14 is an old torture chamber. It's full of branding irons of pots above the two fireplaces. There's crude pieces of metal lying there. There's torture devices of all sorts, jawbreakers, needles, nails, hammers, thumb screws, etc., etc. 15 is a former dungeon. It's a grimy room. There's some chains coming from the wall that are embedded in the wall. 16 has been turned into a meeting room. There's a couple of tables and chairs there. 17 is a bridge. 18 is just a hallway obstructed with rubble. So is 19. 20 is the room where the bunks are with women and children. And 21 is another room that some soldiers sleeping and leads up to the roof terrace. So yeah, I'll let you guys sort of come up with a strategy, maybe interact a little bit and stuff like that.
What was 23?
23. Oh yeah, I skipped that one. Yeah, that's the other exit of the stronghold, and that actually leads further into the Minotaur city. So that leads into a maze that eventually connects to the underdark and duergar area and drow areas alike.
To our knowledge, is there any way to get there aside from through the fortress?
Yes, throughout like the Condor Mountains, there are several entries into the mountain, and most of them do not directly lead into the Minotaur city, but there are entries that lead into the duergar areas and the drow areas of the Underdark, and they would then connect to the Minotaur city. So you know that there are entries into the mountain. You do not know of any other entrances into the Minotaur city.
Okay, so it's probably not necessarily a safe route to just kind of wander through.
Well,
not with drow and duergar and everything that way.
It definitely takes you into the depths of the Underdark, yeah.
Okay.
So you're now in this stronghold where Krusk has been residing for a while, and yeah, this is a place to sort of grab your bearings again and build up some more strength, as you know that inevitably the next wave of battle will come. And yeah, I could have you guys maybe prepare for that. Or maybe see if you can get something out of the general, see if you can do something in some of the rooms, as you please.
So, kind of entering the fortress with Krusk Longtusk. I'll kind of turn to him and ask, so are you prepared for them to take the fight to this fortress? What battle plans do you have in place?
I have soldiers stationed and ready, but that is all that we have done. My tribe only recently came here.
It seems like they have too many access points. If they breach the entrance to this fortress, once across the bridge, they could come at us from either side. I think we should be prepared to destroy at least one of these bridges.
Agreed. But how will we destroy a Minotaur bridge?
That is for you to say. What tools do you have to wage destruction?
Krusky would know that on the top of both of the roof terraces, there are one on each roof terrace. There's an old trebuchet, catapult, siege weaponry.
We've got 2 catapults on top of the terraces.
Well,
Those would
that's
probably
a start.
be acceptable to destroy the bridges.
Do you have any explosives, any alchemist fire, anything of that nature?
I do not believe so.
Unless you guys bought any, then there wouldn't be any.
And from living a life at the high seas, you know, he's more accustomed to kind of having some of that stuff for raiding, so he's kind of looks a little bit disheartened at this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, perhaps we should weaken the bridges now so that when they bring their assault to full force, we can be ready to drop it into the depths, sending them plummeting to their demise, just in case they do breach our walls.
I do not want to prematurely cut off any of our options. I have men on the other side of the chasm.
Well, we don't have to destroy both bridges, but at least a small one is not really needed. And we really don't want them circling around behind us. If we can funnel them down one path, we'll get the most of our numbers.
You have a great mind for tactics, aye.
It's required when at sea.
Go and find one of those other orcs and have them assist you to get information from that dandelion eater out there.
You said you have a torture room?
Yeah, definitely. This torture room is right next to the throne room. Do you want me to just keep up the map? That might be easy, right?
Room 14, I believe.
It was definitely. Hey, I just closed.
I have it up on another screen so I can see it, but well, we can torture this man, get some information, and then if you have any other chiefs or top high-ranking orcs, perhaps we can discuss the battlements.
All right, so yeah, this torture room, the furnaces are blazing. It's pretty hot in there. Like I described, there is a variety of torture tools. You have like thumb screws. You have like a jaw breaker, which is a device you can put into someone's jaw and just screw it. And as you screw it, it opens the jaw of the person forcefully more and more and more. You have several chair types to constrain someone in, and yeah, basically anything you can think of to hurt someone, you'll find it. Branding, irons, stuff like that.
So Coral will bring him to the torture room, and he'll call for a couple of assistants, especially if anyone is well versed in the trade of torture. And
did someone say torture?
Indeed.
Then
You know
I
a thing or
will
two
read
about it?
this. What?
Of course. Is this your trade?
Death is my trade, but torture is close.
one way or another, he'll reach his end. And he's already in manacles from the voyage up here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll kind of, with the manacles behind his back, attach a rope to him and kind of string him up so he's hanging by his arms, which are kind of forcefully pulled up and behind his back, almost ripping his arms from his sockets the way he's strung up. And I'll take out just some smelling salt that I've had from being out on the seas and kind of whiff it under his nose, trying to bring him to attention, in case the pain wasn't enough to do so.
And he grunts and he's like, that's almost more pungent than the stench of you filthy orc.
You get used to it when you're out at sea. And I give a big grin, almost being proud of the stink.
He's like, so this is where you are hiding from your inevitable deaths.
Can't we be more formal than that? What is your name, elf?
My name is of no concern to your filth, but it's Ross. General Ross.
General Ross. I want to know the name of the man before I do business with him.
You call this business? Typical.
And I turn and I say, what was your name? To the orc beside me.
Grim.
Grim is here to help me discuss some things with you.
I have nothing to discuss.
Nothing to discuss? Well, aren't you the ones who started this warfare, who are trying to push us from our homes?
Started this warfare? Are you kidding me? War is in your blood, orc. War is in your blood and you know it. If we don't wipe you off the face of this planet, you will continue to wage wars against my people. I've seen too many die.
Can you not say the same, that war is not in your blood? You seem to revel in this.
Do I enjoy slaying orcs? Of course I enjoy slaying orcs. You get what's coming to you still.
What is your rank?
My rank? I'm a general. I told you that already. You're slow, just like every other orc.
And with that, I'll just kind of backhand him. And as I backhand him in a very hard way, because of the way he's strung up, his body will kind of like be tossed against the wall, swung from the rope that's hanging behind him, probably pulling at least one of his arms out of socket, and he'll like pendulum back and forth.
Yeah,
From,
he's in clear discomfort. His face is already bloody from all the scratches, but you can definitely see, besides some trickles of blood, you can definitely see a little tear coming out of his eye as well.
Oh, are we crying now?
What do you want to know?
And at this, I'll kind of offer the conversation up to Gurm.
How long until we are attacked?
I do not know. As far as I am aware.
If he's not muted.
No, he's not, right? So Ross says, as far as I'm aware, nobody knows that you took up position in this Minotaur city, so you should be safe for a while.
Good. I wanted to know how long I have to wait until I can kill you and bring you back from the dead as my slave.
I don't even know why I'm talking to you. Because
how many are in your forces?
What is this gonna give me, huh? Am I gonna get anything out of this, sharing this information? You're not gonna let me go. I might as well.
You might get a proper burial instead of having a desecrated corpse. If death means anything to your people.
It does. What were you saying?
How many are in your forces?
You slayed most of my men.
And the others? Surely your troops are not the only division.
There's plenty of divisions. You're massively outnumbered. Even the stronghold won't survive. Although it does give a nice tactical advantage.
And the only thing you want is our destruction. There's nothing else that can appease your brutal forces.
Are you trying to bargain now with me, Orc?
Trying to understand you.
Of course I want you wiped off the face of the planet. You've been plaguing my people for as long as we've walked the face of this earth. But yeah,
and what of the alliance?
The alliance
between
with
you
dwarves?
dwarfs?
It's temporary.
I thought you hated dwarfs.
We do, but we hate you more. But yeah, if you want to know anything of the makeup of the army, there's countless of battalions. There's units of cavalry, there's units of air cavalry, there's mages, there's spies, there's assassins, there's archers, there's spell swords like my battalion. You don't stand a chance.
Air cavalry?
And that's just talking about the elves. You heard
Air
me.
cavalry?
You heard me.
Can you tell us more about the air cavalry?
Well, it's cavalry, but in the air.
You ride birds or something?
Something like that, yeah.
And I turn and I tell Gurum, he's yours, do what you wish with him. But he's been good, so leave his corpse intact for proper burial. As I turn to leave the room, I kind of wink at him.
Groom will notice this wink, and he'll wink back, but when he turns to face the elf, he'll look like he's extremely disgusted. Like, I wanted to make you a zombie. Anyway, what to do with you?
How about you let me go? I've given you what you needed.
I only want one more thing to know. Are they at least a day away?
They don't even know you're here.
Can I make an insight check to see if he's lying?
Yeah, sure, you can.
Oop. 18.
Yeah, you're fairly sure that he has no way of being certain about this, but he seems fairly confident that they actually do not know that you are here. And you can make me a any knowledge check as well if you want.
Okay. Any knowledge check?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
As long as it's not nature, I guess.
Okay. History, I guess.
Yeah, that works.
Oop. 13.
The knowledge of the Minotaur city is not too widespread, and knowledge of the entrance is definitely not common knowledge at all. Some believe the Minotaur city is just a myth. So
Alrighty. Groom will smile at this elf, and as he smiles, he's got where normally the orcs have their big fangs, his is on the bottom have been kind of chiseled down to a point where they're just almost like snake's fangs on the bottom, like shorter snake's fangs on the top. And as he speaks to the elf, the elf would be able to see that his tongue has been artificially slit in the middle, so it looks like a snake's tongue.
no.
And he'll be like,
Well, I have no use for you now.
and he's going to cast inflict wounds on the elf,
Yep.
which is a melee attack. I
Well,
assume.
he's constrained, so that's very easy to do.
All right. Do I even have to roll, or should I?
No, you can just describe how whatever size wound appears on this guy and how it looks.
In stat-wise, it would do 12 damage, but basically a wound that starts from his chest and all the way down the middle, kind of opening up so you can see his rib cage and his internal organs and stuff. So just straight from the top to the bottom.
Yeah, he starts panting heavily, and he says, "Just kill me now, orc. Don't make me suffer. Just kill me."
Killing you, this would not be that easy.
And Groom will equip off his back his spear. This one is more ornate. It actually looks like it's made of bone rather than out of wood, but with metal at the end. And he will angle it so that it's right over top of the elf's heart, where his rib cage would be.
Yeah.
And he'll look at the elf and he'll be like,
Do you have any last words?
The golems. The golems. Do you know anything about the golems? He says.
Golems?
The bronze Minotaur statues near the gate.
Yes, they are statues.
They can be more than that. Let me go, and I'll give you some information.
Groom will pause, step back slightly, still with the spear in his hands, and be like,
If I let you go, they'll find out.
They
But
will.
we could stop the elves at the doors of those golems.
What I
Well,
can say is you might be able to put them to use.
Grims will put the spear back on his back, and he'll cast actually he will give the elf one of his healing potions.
Alright, you have to force feed it to him because his hands are constrained.
Indeed. So he deals 2d4 plus 4, I think it is.
Yeah, so you see his chest starting to close up a little bit more, and the heavy panting sort of goes away. The severe blood loss is sort of lessened, and it seems like if he doesn't get big infections or more magical healing, he might be able to survive still. So.
All right. Gordon will look at him like,
all right, the information.
Take me to the room next to the well of the demons.
Graham will put the shackles back on the elf, and begin to lead him out of the room.
All right. As you enter this former shrine that's clearly like being used to worship the devils, he says, "It is rumored that the Minotaurs started worshiping devils, and their civilization has been lost because they were cursed by a demon who didn't approve. He cursed them with bloodlust, and all the different families started to wage war on each other, and this has brought down the entire civilization of Minotaur. Not that you would care, you orc, but there have been rumors of these golems participating in the battle, controlled by an amulet. If you can find this amulet, I'm sure it must still be in the stronghold. Many have set out to reach the stronghold to find the amulet. None have returned, so it can't be far away. If you find this amulet, you might be able to use the golem.
And you had to tell me this in this room. Why?
Just because I appreciate the pictures, and I thought you might as well, but you're not much for art, are you?
No, I am not one for art. And luckily, you will not be one for pictures.
I assume if it's anywhere in this stronghold, it would be inside of a room that's devoted to the devil, so that's why I took you here as well.
Groom will look at the elf and like,
For your kindness, I will spare your life. But not entirely.
and he will cast blindness on the elf.
Nice. Alright. I'll roll him a save. What's your DC?
DC for it would be 13.
Mm-hmm. Your curse does not affect me. Just let me go. I've proven I've given you enough service.
Noticing the elf isn't in the torture room, I'm gonna start looking for him.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm at on the little bridge, directing a few of my men to where to break the stone to weaken it.
Yep.
Do I notice them going into this the temple?
Yeah, sure, if you want.
Alright. I'll turn and I'll continue working. And I'll begin stalking towards the room.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Do I see II anywhere?
Yeah, I think you'd run into me.
Yeah.
Because I'm probably heading that way myself at this point.
The little green one. He took the elf in here.
What the hell is he doing? Giving him a tour?
We're gonna find out.
He was meant to get information, then kill him. So I guess we enter the
Yeah, and
sanctuary.
yeah, you see. Actually, I'm gonna have you enter at the moment that. I know the healing potion was in the torture room, right? Or
Yep.
was it?
Yeah.
All right.
So we're looking after that.
Yeah, you just see him interacting in this room that's covered in frescoes, and yeah, he's still constrained, but he doesn't look too beat up. The elf in general, and yeah, you're there.
What's going on here?
This thing was saying there was an amulet that would allow us to control the golems.
And you trust this elf?
No, but
So you were just going to show him every room of this fortress and then send him on his way?
no, I was going to blind him, but it doesn't seem to work.
Are you done with him now?
I am done with him.
And at that, I will pull one of the tridents from my back, swing it, kind of sweeping the legs out from underneath him, and as he falls down to the ground, I will impale his head with the other end of the trident.
Yeah,
Three
and,
prongs.
and as he falls, he's like, "Oh, I should have known not to trust an orc."
Before he brings the trident down, I'll actually push him out of the way. So after
I or the general?
I.
Right.
Okay.
Let me see. Roll a strength check for that, and I'll have you. Yeah, roll
Opposed?
either. Yeah, or you could roll something like athletics to, or acrobatics. I mean, to try and avoid being pushed.
Either or? Okay.
I got an 18 on the
I
strength
got a
check.
19 with athletics.
All right, so you
Nice.
managed to avoid being pushed, and you can still bring that trident down if you want.
With him pushing me, I'll kind of bring it down just to the point that the tip kind of cuts into his nose, and I'll like hesitate, kind of looking at him, knowing that he's orc of significant power, and kind of turn and go, "What is it?"
I guess if I want information, I have to do it myself. And I reach down.
We've already sought information from this elf. What more do you want?
I want to hear it from his own mouth. And I'll reach down and I'll pick up the elf by the throat.
Yeah.
And I'll carry him out, one arm straight out, his legs flailing. And I'll carry him out to the bridge where I'm guessing they dump sacrifices or whatever off the bridge. And I'll dangle him out over the chasm.
Yep.
Tell me about the amulet.
You see his eyes just completely shaken in fear, and he actually he's shackled, so I guess he can't grab onto your hands, but his feet are kicking, and he's like, I told everything about the amulet to your friend there.
Can I make an insight check to...
Yeah, go for it.
I'm really bad at this. Well, I made a 12.
Yeah, he seems pretty sincere. What I know of the amulet are just rumors. I have no details. If you find it while I'm still alive, I might be able to examine it.
I have my own sorcerers. Why would you be any better?
Because I'm an elf.
Krusk will regard him thoughtfully. I'll leave you alive for now, but if you even think of escaping or betraying anything here, I'll feed you to the warg and throw your body into the abyss.
I'd rather have you throw my body into the abyss now then.
And coming up behind him, I'll say, I promised this man a quick death if he cooperated. And he has. We should be done with it.
I saw a dragon with you earlier. Bring him here.
Sorry, I missed that. Bring what? Where?
Dragonkin, the sorcerer, Marcos.
Yep.
Now,
So I guess I'm being summoned.
Yeah, seems like it.
Who's going to get me? No, out of character. Who do you send to get me?
We'll send a peon to go get you.
Yeah, one of the guys that is currently hammering at the bridge.
Okay. Well, when he shows up, wherever I am.
You can choose where you are and what you are doing, man. If you wanted to give a little description, you can. Otherwise, you can just head over there. No worries.
Let me look for that picture. There we are. I'm actually inside the second tower across the bridge, sort of inspecting I guess the hallway going deeper into the mountain.
All right.
And I just see this orc run in, like, not really panting, but just tells me that I've been summoned.
In this hallway, you see several corpses of strange alien creatures, and they look like they have beaks of birds and walk around on tentacles of octopus-like things, and they've been slayed there. And if you examine them closely, you can tell that they've probably been slayed by orcish weapons from the clan of Krusk. So this guy from the bridge approaches you and he says, I believe I'm looking for you. Krusk wants to talk to you."
I'm just like staring at the bodies. What are those things?
These they come from the depths down here. We've been having to deal with them over the last couple of days. They try to, I don't know, feed on us. They're aberrations of some filthy sort.
Sort of turn around and I look at the orc and just like, I'm sorry, who are you?
I'm one of Krusk's men, and he wants you. He needs your help. Something magical.
Dragonlords above, help me. I just turn around and start walking back towards, I guess I start following this orc towards wherever Krusk is.
All right, so you go through this hallway that's covered in debris, and that leads onto the small bridge. And you cross the small bridge, and they're standing there. Basically, there's already men trying to sabotage the bridge into destruction. And Krusk, you see Mugorod walking up to you. So.
You there, sorcerer. This elf says that there's an amulet that can control these golems. If we find it, can you work it or show us how?
Ancient Minotaur magic, influenced by demons. And you expect me, an orc blessed by dragons, to understand what it does? I'm more surprised by the fact that there are aberrations coming up from the depths. You have elves and dwarves knocking at your door, and you have not asked the drow or the duergar for help.
We are dealing with this problem right now. Can you identify the item?
Did he just freeze?
Um,
I think he did.
yeah, it looks like it.
Oh, shame. Unfortunate moment. Oh, he's back, I think.
Oh, yep, there he is.
Alright, so maybe you should repeat what you asked him, Krusk.
I said we're dealing with the problem at hand right now, and can you identify the item?
Would I be able to?
I don't know. What skills do you have? Very metagamey, but. Do you have anything like a knowledge, arcana, knowledge, religion, stuff like that? Arcana skill, religion skill, uh, history maybe, insight.
I have insight.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know of magic, and magic is innate to you, being a sorcerer. So, yeah, well, without seeing the item, it's obviously really hard to predict if you know how it will work. So, you know what I mean? Like if you had the amulet in front of you right now, it'd be easy to tell if you know how to work it, but you're not even sure what this thing looks like. So.
That's true. So I guess I just like.
So you can either bluff and boast and say, of course, or.
No, I won't try that. That's not Mughal. Instead, he goes, "Find the amulet, then come find me. I'm trying to see if we can get help from the dark elves and dark dwarves to kill these bastards at our door." And he just turns around and starts walking back towards the hallway he was checking out.
All right. What do you intend to do in that hallway?
I guess the first thing I'm gonna do is just like go for a closer inspection of the aberration, see if I can find anything else besides they're alien and they were killed by orcs.
All right. Roll me a investigation check, if you will.
Oh man, that's a 3.
Okay. These are creatures you've never seen before. Yeah, like I said, they look like they have like bird beaks, and they have like a sort of massive brain, and the beak comes right out of the brain, and then they have tentacles on which they walk, and they're about a little bit smaller than you. They're quite big. Yeah, there's not much you can tell from them except that the bodies seem pretty fresh, and they seem pretty moist still. They don't have eyes or anything, by the way.
Okay, I guess the best thing.
You're breaking up, so I don't really hear you.
I have affiliated with. I don't. I'm sorry. I guess the next would be like to look down the hallway, and his best option that he can think of is to cast his
You're breaking up.
version of Ray Frost. Summon a flame in his hand and burst.
You keep breaking up.
Yeah, pretty badly. So maybe what you can try to do is either switch off your camera for a moment or adjust your bandwidth, and maybe we can hear you a bit better then. Let's see.
Does that work?
I don't know. Speak, and we'll find out.
Hopefully the third time's a charm.
Yeah, I can hear you pretty good so far. So, but I didn't catch what you were doing in the hallway. So.
Okay. Well, since sort of like checking on the body didn't exactly work, Mughal thinks that the best thing he can do to sort of like, I guess, make sure nothing is hiding in the darkness is cast his version of Ray of Frost, and all it looks like he just like his hands sort of begin to glow and a small flame appears between his hands. and he whispers quietly to it in Draconic, and just like gently pushes it forward, and it like speeds straight down the hallway, lighting up the hallway as it goes.
Right. You
And
see that this hallway goes down into this is not a man-made or a minotaur-made or whatever creature-made hallway. This is part of the natural cave system inside of Griffin Peak, and it winds. It's irregular. There's side passages. There's just this bunch of natural systems that interconnect.
okay,
We don't know if the sorcerer can tell us about the amulet. And I toss the elf onto the bridge and probably against one of the walls on the other side.
Yeah, sure.
I don't mean to interrupt for this one. I'm not feeling really well right now. I'm gonna. I gotta leave. I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, too bad, but if you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah. So,
If you,
totally sorry. I just don't feel.
that's all right, man. Take care.
Okay. Sorry.
Feel better, man.
That's all right, Luke.
Do with the elf as you will, aye. But keep him alive.
And with that, I'll suggest to Krusk that perhaps we call a meeting of champions to decide on how to buy this fortress. And I'll go and bring the elf to the dungeon and kind of make sure he's secure and toss him in there with a couple of guards.
Yeah, no worries. You easily do so. All right, so I guess all of you are heading to the throne room to discuss some things.
I'll sit on the Minotaur's throne.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, let's talk a little bit of strategy, I guess, because it might be, if you believe this elf, it might be a while before you guys get challenged, but you never know how long, so it wouldn't hurt to make like a sort of plan for when to sleep, who sleeps when, and who's guarding when, and that sort of stuff.
Alright, I'll start by relaying to all of them the information I was told from the elf, especially the fact that there's potentially aerial mounts and spell swords and other different things that I think might pose a particular challenge.
Yeah.
And then I'll also kind of relay to the members, which I guess is just Bagba, that there's potentially the possibility of utilizing these golems with some amulet.
Okay, so let's say you guys have about one stand of Krusk's men available, and then we have a stand that Mugorod brought in as well, and I didn't hear I and Bogak talk much about their troops, but let's say two of them can combine sort of the men they were with into another stand. So let's say you guys have three stands available that you could use and station anywhere in the stronghold. These men obviously need rest as well. Hey, we lost another guy.
Yeah, he said he had to pick something up and he'd be right back.
Ah, sweet. Okay. So these three stands you can sort of, station anywhere you think is tactical. Um,
So, looking at the map, we're already preparing to have the small bridge be ready to be
yeah,
destroyed upon their
impact.
entrance. I think we should try to move some of that clutter perhaps to the bridge, and if we can make it difficult for them to cross the bridge, that will allow us to get more of their units onto it before we drop it. We
Agreed.
should also perhaps put some of that clutter in this eastern hall that connects these two towers in order to perhaps discourage them from taking that path.
Okay, so let me ask you the small bridge, which is being sabotaged. Are you sabotaging it to break in the middle, close to the top tower, or close to the entrance tower?
Close to the entrance tower.
All right.
I think we'd probably weaken it in a variety of points. That way, once we break it at one point, the
Will be a
additional
complete
stress will probably,
collapse.
yeah.
Yeah.
That seems like a good idea. All right, that's noted. So that's been taken care of. Then you want to turn. Do you want to completely block the passageway between the bottom two towers, or do you want to make it into difficult terrain?
I think we would probably fill it up with like bunks and other just like debris,
Mm-hmm.
and then we could potentially soak that debris with oil or something else, and then once they start to try to go through it, we could just ignite it.
Okay, so anything flammable will be put up there.
Yeah, so kind of make it difficult terrain, but kind of easy to ignite as well.
Yeah, so flammable, difficult terrain. Okay, I've got it noted, so you can put some men on that, and that'll be done.
We'll put 2 stands in the entrance, and they'll operate with changing shifts.
Okay, so you have 20 men inside of the entrance. Yeah, that works.
And have them start cleaning up the catapults.
Yeah, they can be prepared. That's no problem. If you have 2 stands in the entrance, though, do you have them? You'd have them alternate, right? So maybe have one sleep for 12 hours and one on for 12 hours. Or,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you have like one on the roof and then one on the entrance, or would they be like all right in the entrance way, or?
They'll probably all be. They'll probably be split up between the top and the roof and the floor. And then once the battle actually takes place, the other stand would come out and make it an actual stand on the top and stand on the bottom. So.
Yeah, that works. That works.
And we'll hold the 3rd stand in reserve for whatever happens. Like probably dealing with some of the aerial troops.
Yeah. So where will they be sort of waiting it out, I guess?
In the 2nd tower across the chasm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be good to have perhaps I'm not sure how many stands we have, but
you mean
maybe
the
one on the
tower
roof of
that
the.
connects to the underdark, you meant, right, or not?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, fair enough.
Probably be a good idea to have a stand on the roof there, and maybe have both that east hallway and the stand at the opposite end of the small bridge ready to drop it. Maybe shooting arrows or something as they cross.
Yeah, and keeping a few of them on guard in case the elves somehow find a way through the maze and come at us from behind.
All right, so do you have a bit of them on the roof as well? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
armed with bows and ready to fire the trebuchet and that kind of thing.
All right. So we have a yeah. You probably need to split them in at least 3 sections then, because some need to rest as well. So say if you have 16-hour shifts, which for an orc I guess would be fine. You could have him 3 men on the roof for 16 hours, 3 men down at the underdark passage for 16 hours, and 3 sleeping for 8 hours, and then rotate, sort of thing.
Since they're
Seems
pretty
reasonable.
much standing for most of the time anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the stands divided. Let me tell you how these catapults are going to work. You need someone to operate it, and you need a full round action to load it, and you need a full round action to aim it at a certain square. And depending on what you're gonna put in it, you might need more than one person to load it, because it could be a pretty heavy piece of debris that you're loading in there.
What sort of ammunition do we have available that we could load into it?
At the moment, you have basically the rubble that's lying around in the hallway. So that's boulders of about bowling ball size at max. And there's a couple of ball and chains in the dungeon where you lock the elves, which are pretty big metal balls, because yeah, these are Minotaur sized things. So the ball and chain would be a metal ball of, yeah, pretty much 2 basketballs in size.
I know Mugarod wanted to try and contact the Drow or the Duergar. And Krusk is seething that Mugarod just kind of walked away from him, not showing him any respect, but it was a good idea. Do we know our way into that maze to reach the Drow or Duergar or anything like that?
Well, you've made some little sort of explorations there over the past couple of days, and the place is an absolute maze. It's part of a natural cave system that's been blended into the Minotaur city, and you know, Minotaurs like their mazes, so it gets very complicated down there. There's a lot of creatures that roam these places that are natural inhabitants of the Underdark, and you've been attacked by several of them, which are the bodies I've described that were lying around in that passageway. So yeah, it's not an easy task.
Would it be possible at the entryway, since we believe that we have a couple days, and if we don't, you know, we can always retreat back into the fortress. But since we believe we have a couple days, would it be possible to have a team of people go outside the front fortress and maybe build like, prepare like a pit trap or something in front of the entrance, so that when enough troops get out in front of the immediate entrance, the ground could give way and kind of shift down towards the pit and kind of just send them tumbling down?
Yeah, I'll definitely let you try that.
Might be a good job for Bogak.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna roll for how many days you guys have, and I'm gonna roll, let's say, 2d6s for that. So let's think of how long that would take to create. Probably a day or 2, I guess, 3.
Yeah, maybe 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, so I think you'll be fine creating that.
Yes, and along the same kind of line, we could also kind of shore up the wall along the opposite side from the chasm, with just loose boulders and stuff, and have it, just kind of like with a post holding it up, to where we could knock that post out and send most of the wall kind of crashing down on them, try and help push them off the side or deal damage that way too.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool, man.
Yeah, we could attack the loose stuff with a catapult or arrows or whatever to knock it loose, as opposed to just shooting directly at them.
Yeah, I would say you'd need a catapult. That arrows wouldn't really do that. But
Excellent idea, Bogak. You are in charge of the traps outside of the fortress.
okay, so we'll make a pit trap at the entrance, and we'll make a trap on the cliffside with some rubble falling down.
Yeah, and for the pit trap, I was hoping to angle it such that when they fall in, they just won't fall in a hole. They'll kind of like slide off the edge of the cliff.
Oh, right, yeah. That's
probably a little more
that's
difficult.
a lot harder to do because the side of the door, from the side of the door, there's still 35 feet towards the cliff, as you can see. So that would be like a 10-meter slide you have to dig out then. A 35-feet slide. So that's quite a lot of work.
Well, I guess we can dig towards it as close as we can get, and if we don't have the time, we don't have the time.
All right, let's say...
probably have to get ladders ready for our guys to climb out of the pit, but...
Okay, I'm gonna give it say 2 to 3 days to create the pit, and about 2 to 3 more to dig the slide. So depending on when I roll the invasion to happen, I'll let you know if that how far along you are with that.
Cool. And with the pit, will that kind of stop them from just like bringing ladders up to the side of the building and climbing up because there's this big drop?
Yeah, that depends if how far along you are with that slide as well, because there's a section of wall there, obviously. So that depends.
Cool.
In our exploration of the maze, did we happen to find any locations that could have potential other items like casks of oil or that sort of thing?
Let me say that the men you sent out there have not even returned, and you've been up a little bit, and the first section seems to be only natural cave systems.
We'll say that we've kind of tasked Mugarad and a couple of his men with looking in the ritual rooms and the demon rooms to try to figure out if they can find the amulet or its purpose.
I'll say that I know this rule doesn't really exist in 5th, but take 20 on the search check and find that amulet. But yeah.
Since he's not here to communicate, I figure that's something good for him to do.
Yeah. Cool. When he gets back, we'll deal with that. Let me see. Yeah, where will you guys be? What will you guys be doing in just these days that go by preparing?
I think I'd like to try to reinforce some of the doors and other things to kind of make it so if they do breach the walls, they're kind of forced to follow a certain path, so we can kind of lead them where we want and meet them with the best and offensive as we can.
That's a good idea. If you have any philosophies on which doors you want blocked, let me know, and I'll make note of that on my little map.
During this time, I'll just be... Krusk is a very hands-on leader, and he'll actually be out there helping to dig the trench and helping to sabotage the bridge and helping to set up the trap that drops.
Cool. I did not expect that of Krusk, but very cool.
I guess reinforcing and blocking paths, I basically want to kind of make them go the longest way possible, and also kind of feed them like up towards that small bridge, so it's the easiest path for them to go to.
Yeah, so if you want to force them up towards a small bridge, that would basically mean
Like
do you
through
still
the
have
ritual room, like through the ritual room into that large room with the altar.
yeah.
That way they have the choice to either go up the bridge or down into the
Mm-hmm.
path below. And the
You
bridge will seem
cannot.
like
It's you can't really block the door that leads to the stairs because the stands in the entrance room were alternating with the stand on the roof, right? So you can't really
Yep,
block
yep.
that one. Room 4 is a dead end anyway, so if you want to block that,
Yep.
I don't know. Do you?
Yeah, if it's a dead end, I don't really care.
Okay. So then you would have to block the big double door to
Yep.
section 7, right? So that can be blocked.
Yeah, just making it easier for them to go into the pool room.
Exactly. So, but there's no doors between the two sections of 7. So did you want to?
Could knock out the wall. Maybe. I don't know how tough that would be.
Well, you can definitely stack debris up in there.
Should we
But
do
But
move?
that would mean, if you do that, you should probably think of that, but I'm going to tell you anyway, that they can't even reach the flammable, difficult terrain in that hallway that you created, right?
Yeah, we could do that to begin with. I mean, can't make it too easy for them.
You do need to move some of the debris if they're up to the catapults, since we don't have anything else to launch out of them.
Yeah, I guess we could just not block that part, and then, if they make it into the flammable hallway, that's fine, because...
They're going to burn!
Yeah, and we can have guys at the end of the hallway with spears, shields and spears, just stabbing them if they do make it to the end of the hallway.
Yeah, your stands are completely occupied, because you have a stand on the roof of the entrance tower, you have a stand in the entrance room, and you have a stand on the far tower. So.
So we only have the 3.
Yeah.
While we're out there working on the traps, I turn to Bogak and I ask him, "What's up with your giant spider?"
Moromag, I met him ages ago while on scouting mission for my troops. He and I just kind of became companions in arms, and he's helped me on several occasions, and his abilities to navigate the high mountains has come in great handy.
Does he do anything with like the sticky webbing like some of the other spiders I've seen, his little brethren?
He doesn't use a web as much to catch his prey as he does surprise attack. He likes to find himself a hole and
he's a wolf spider, right?
spring from the distance.
Yeah.
That's too bad. We could have used him to slow the enemy.
Smart thinking.
I'm sure he'll have other uses in the fight.
Oh, his
Perhaps,
poison is fairly nasty. Don't
perhaps
accidentally get bit.
Perhaps he could take up residence underneath the large bridge, and if anyone sets foot across it, just kind of pull them off from underneath. Climb up the sides and just pull them off the bridge.
Fair plan.
the pulling them off the bridge, the railing of these bridges is Minotaur size as well, so it's fairly high railing. But he could definitely give it a go, but he would be able to sort of pin the opponent in a grapple check for, yeah, at least a round, I guess.
I'm also going to move the women and children of my tribe across the big bridge to that large room beside the throne room.
Large room beside the throne room. Yeah, number 16, or the
That
one
might be a bad idea.
filled with the rubble.
I don't remember which one. The map I printed off doesn't have the numbers on it.
Okay, so there's the throne room, the big one, right, with the furnace. And then there's a door towards a small 4x3 room.
Yeah, the room beside that, the one that leads to the bridge.
Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Just because if the enemy comes, they're going to go through, they're going to try and cross the little bridge, and then if we can't get it knocked down, then that would just leave our
women and children up for grabs.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I actually need to go to the toilet, so I suggest like a 5-minute break, and then you can think if there's anything you want to add, and if there's anything you want to add, we can do it after the break, and otherwise we're just gonna dive right into the defensive action.
Okay.
Sound good? Sweet. All right. I'll see you guys in 5 then.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking that if we were funneling them through the lower room, then won't the enemies reach them sooner that way?
I thought we were funneling them to the little bridge in the fire room, the deterrent.
Well, if we break the bridge, though, then they're not going to make it to that side at all.
But my thought is if they have the aerial troops, they can just cross the bridge and take out the catapult that is... Or they can just cross the chasm and take out the catapult we need to destroy that bridge. And we won't be able to get rid of it. Not unless, like, Mugarod has some sort of, I don't know, explosive spell or something. I don't know what he has, so...
I think if we don't take out that bridge, we're going to be in trouble regardless.
Yeah, so... But where they're at right now, they can always move back across the bridge really quickly. So...
Mm-hmm.
Plus right here, they, like, if the aerial troops take the other tower, and then they can't just go downstairs and take control of take our women and children. So...
What do you think about having 2/3 of our forces at that first tower? That first tower gets kind of overrun. What are we to do then? I mean, I think it's our best choke point, but...
Yeah, I don't think we have enough troops to really do anything else with it. I mean, we have 2/3 of our troops there, and there's not really a whole lot of options. We can spread.
I kind of had it in my mind that if we're starting to fall back, we're not going to fall back just the three or four of us. We'd pull our groups with us.
Yeah.
So obviously falling back across the small bridge is not going to happen because that's a death trap. And the hallway that we have ready to ignite in the east hallway is kind of going to be a death trap as well. I'm just trying to think that if they do break the front line, what the plan of action is going to be.
Well, really the only option to fall back is across the small bridge. So
Because, I mean, it's bound to happen. It's just a matter of how long it takes to happen, because their forces are much greater than ours.
Yeah. But I've got to go to the bathroom, so
Okay. Any more ideas, Marshall?
Oops, sorry, I had to step up for a second also. But no, I'm not great on the tactical planning at the end of this.
Yeah, I figure really the best we can do is try to get them in the choke points, but yeah, I think we're in trouble.
Yeah, I do have a couple of nice long duration kind of trap spells that I was going to try and put somewhere, but I'm not sure where the best place to put them would be now that we're looking at mass group combat.
What kind of effects do they have?
It's cordon of arrows. I drop 4 bolts or arrows or whatever, and was it the first time? Yeah, whenever a creature other than you comes within 30 feet for the first time or ends its turn there, 1 piece of ammunition flies up to strike it.
Sounds like you might be good to be on that first rooftop, and then any of them that come up towards that pit trap or try to move their way towards the entrance, you can just light up that whole area.
Well, see, they're an 8-hour duration trap. I can actually set it. You know, if we see that they're starting to come in through the main entryway or whatever, you know, between those 2 towers, we can get those in place, and that can be elsewhere. I'm actually more of a melee based character.
Oh, so you could set the trap up in case like enemies are flying into the airspace.
Yeah, that too.
That could be pretty cool. Nothing else, it could prevent some of those guys from like sneaking in from the roof. I mean, even if it just knocked them off their mount, that would be a lot. Welcome back. Everybody's on potty break.
Oh, hey. Sorry about that.
We said that you went to go look for the amulet, so you're like investigating the magic stuff.
Okay.
All right, I am back. Yep, and I see Marcos is back as well. Nice, man. At least I thought he was.
Just in time for the fun.
Yep, should be.
All right, I'm back.
Nice. All right, so while you were gone, they basically prepared the stronghold for the battle.
Okay.
And there's a pit trap in front of the entrance that's being dug. They sabotaged a bit of the cliffside, so that if they use a catapult to shoot at the cliffside, some of the rocks will fall down onto the forces that are coming into the entryway. What else did they do? They blocked the door from the hallway in the entrance tower to the big room, the ritual room. So as to steer the forces onto the small bridge, which of course has been sabotaged. And then they filled the hallway connecting the bottom two towers with flammable debris, so it's kind of hard to get through there. And they soak that in oil so they can light it on fire as people are trying to make their way through there. And what else did they do? They moved the women and children to the room that's between the throne room and the big bridge. Just because they thought they would be safest there. And then two stands will be near the entrance, one on the roof and one in the room close to the entrance. And one stand will be on the roof of the top tower. So that's what they sort of came up with.
All right.
And we had you search for the amulet.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah. So is everyone back or and ready to go?
I'm here.
Sweet. I
Yep.
heard Chase already. I heard Marshall now. Cool. All right. So this amulet was found in the actual former shrine. I was in a small case somewhere. And looking at this amulet, Mugarod, you will see that it's this white gold necklace, and it has a bronze pendant, and it's obviously the same bronze as the golem that's sitting next to the entryway, and it has the same sort of red ruby that the eyes of the golem are made of, and there's a little this little slits, three of them in the ruby, very small slits that are relatively deep, and that's about all you can see from it. Did you say you have what kind of checks did you have that you might be able to roll on that to get some more insight on it?
Literally insight.
Okay. No religion, history, that sort of stuff.
Not really.
All right. Well, you can still try to give me that insight check and give me
I have
a.
history.
All right. And give me a history aided by Crumb as well. So that means you can roll 2d20s for history, and you take the highest result.
Okay. $16.
For the insight or the history?
History.
Cool. Um, yeah, obviously, looking at all these paintings, you quickly realize that it's a shrine to Neo, which is a primordial being that is responsible for enchantment magic, and you know that he is also the arch devil of my world, Giwa. And the devils like to make contracts, bargains, arrangements to deal in souls. And looking at the amulet, you feel that there's still an ingredient missing that should be added. And go ahead and roll that insight as well, because I might have something else for you.
That's another 16.
All right. If you look at the room that's adjacent to the shrine where the altar is, the granite altar, and the black stains that lead onto the sabotaged bridge and sort of fall off the bridge, it's easy to tell that they would make very bloody sacrifices there. And yeah, so the knowledge of it being related to the archdevil Neo, who likes to barter for souls, and the bloody stains out here might give you an idea as to what the ingredients should be.
Okay, so going on this hunch, where am I right now?
Wherever you want to be.
On the bridge.
There's just some
Okay.
downtime, so probably in that area, investigating and looking around a bit, I would say.
Okay, then I guess wherever I am, I would walk and look for Krusk.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I see him, I'd pull him over to the side and I just say, it's difficult to tell, but I believe some kind of blood sacrifice is required in order to take control of those statues out front.
Excellent. Bring me the elf and gather our orcs. We will have a display.
All right, so the elf is still in the dungeon, so he can be easily collected.
Alright, I have my men bring him to the, this big room, number 7.
Yeah,
And,
where the altar is and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I have all the orcs gathered around and everything ready for, and I make sure I have all their attention. Brothers, you come from all over. Remnants of the other tribes and clans. Pushed here by those dandelion eaters and dirt pushers. Murdered in your own homes. The heads of your chieftains on pikes at the forefront of their legions. But Grumsh, he needs more blood. We are his children, placed here to steal and burn and pillage from all the others. And I look around at them through my one good eye. And we're going to give him that blood.
Yeah, you hear everyone in the room just go, yeah!
And with that, I turn and I take a dagger and I grab the elf by the top of his his hair and I wrench him up, and I just rip the dagger through his throat.
Okay, I have a question. Where is the amulet at this time?
In my hand.
The hand with which you're ripping the throat?
Yeah.
Okay. So in all this adrenaline of this speech that you gave, and you're holding up this elf, and you can just smell his elf flesh, and you've been wanting to kill him from ever since he was dragged into the stronghold, I can imagine. And you grab this dagger with the amulet hanging down from it, and you just quickly, viciously slash his throat, and blood splatters around. You hit the artery perfectly, and the blood covers your hand. And after a while, it sort of trickles down. And as soon as it trickles down onto this amulet, you sort of, while you're in this stronghold, you can always, in the distance, hear the rumbling of the lightning of Griffin Peak. But when this happens, when the blood touches the amulet, the lightning goes down into the gorge and hits on the side of the cliff, and the whole stronghold vibrates. You see like the flash of this lightning, and the sound is deafening, and you feel a sense of power, and you see the little gemstone that's now covered in a little bit of blood, ever so slightly give a pulse of red radiant energy.
I turn and I kick the elf's body into the mass of orcs for them to have at what they will. And I turn and I toss the amulet to Mugarod.
Yeah.
And then I grab a spear and I take the head and I walk out onto the path that leads to the thing across from the pit. And I place the spear in the ground and I put the head on the spear.
Nice. All right, so Mugarod, as you are handed this amulet from Crumb, immediately after touching it, you strongly feel the magic in it has come alive. It definitely has an aura of it now. And, well, the last step of this would be easy to guess. That is that the controller of the golem would have to actually wear the amulet, of course. But
all right then. And like, sort of after this entire speech and watching him like plant his head on a spike outside of the tower, I guess I kind of gained respect for him after not deciding to fight with us the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And I put the amulet over my head, like ball my hand into a fist, sort of like beat my chest and just call out, "Long Tusk!"
Yeah, for anyone that would be watching Mugarod as he puts on the amulet, you would see that not only does the amulet give off a faint red shine or radiation now, as soon as he put it on, for the slightest moment, his eyes sort of gave off a little pulse of red energy as well, which quickly dissipates again.
So then I just call out while he's just standing out there, I guess staring at the head that he just put up. I just call out, "Long Tusk! It is time the orcs finally fought together."
So you guys are close to the entrance where also the golem is lying, and you notice that the golem now has completely lit up ruby eyes, and you feel an empathic link with this bronze structure. And for as long as you wear the amulet, I'll give you a chance to command the golem on your turn. And the golem has a huge-ass great axe that it can put into battle. But it also has a special ability, which you can sort of get a intuitive feel for now, which you will like because it is the intuitive ability to throw a quite large ball of fire about 120 feet away from him. And he can do that once a day. So on your turn, Mugarod, I will give you a chance to control the golem as well. The other golem that was toppled over remains toppled over. It does not respond. So yeah, I think basically all the preparations are in place except for where this golem will be waiting. As it can now move, you can position it anywhere you want.
Okay. I think the golem, as well as whatever else is in this room, will be waiting by the inner entrance in room 2.
Okay, cool. X marks the spot. I have it on my map. So all the preparations are ready. Let me just ask where you guys as individuals will be, and then we'll get to the actual crunch of defending this place.
I'll actually be in the entrance to the main tower.
Cool. The rest of you?
I'll be at the tower across the way with the people on the roof.
Okay, so near the catapult and stuff like that.
Yeah, that way I can instruct them to the proper time to break the small bridge.
Yep, sounds good.
Such.
Okie dokie. Mugorod and Bogak.
Where are the other, I forgot what it was called, groups gonna be?
The stands. There will be one in the tower where the main entrance is, in the entrance hall, so where you place the golem and where Crumb is. Krusk,
Okay.
sorry, Krusk.
How close does he have to be to the golem to operate it?
Oh, you can operate it whenever he's in the base. He will be able to operate the golem. And one stand will be on the roof of that same tower, and the other stand will be on the roof of the tower where II is, so across the gorge.
Okay, then I guess I'll be standing in the same room as a golem and Krusk.
Okay. And Bogak.
To start with, he would probably be on the top of the forwardmost tower, just because he's got a couple of traps up his sleeve yet to lay that.
Yep.
They're an 8-hour trap, but I don't want to use them until we actually have eyes on the enemy.
Fair enough. So the entrance tower on the roof.
Right.
Cool. Okay.
Mugarod, when your golem goes down, do you want to prepare the to light that eastern hall when needed? Because you probably have the best flame capabilities.
Out of game. What are we talking about?
That's right, you weren't there.
No, there's this hallway connecting the bottommost towers, right? And they actually, when you weren't there, they rigged this hallway, and they put all sorts of flammable debris in there, making it difficult terrain to cross. So enemy forces can cross there if they want, but they'll be moving at half speed. But they also drenched all this flammable material in oil. So a quick flame would cause any trespassers there to light up in flames.
Oh, okay. So I guess in answer to your question, If I don't fall before the golem and I can make it, that hallway will burn.
Okay, I figured you probably wouldn't stay in melee once the golem goes down, but...
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's say that the people who are on the roofs, that's I and Bogak. Can I get some perception checks from you guys on where about 4 days pass where just a little bit of rain falls into the gorge and nothing much happens apart from that. As you're standing on the roofs, you continue to see this flicker of the lightning above, but there isn't much else going down.
I got an 18.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 6.
All right. Yeah, you hear you hear the wind in this tunnel, this gorge. You always hear it sort of whistle. But you think that ever so slightly, you hear a little bit more than that. You hear the thunder strike, obviously, as you always do. But besides the roll of the thunder, that's quite far away because this gorge is pretty deep. You start to hear the roll of the thunder become louder and louder. And it actually starts to seem like there's something rolling down the cliffside. And as you both, Bogak is kind of oblivious to this, but
Rolling down the cliffside, like, so the sound's coming from above us?
yeah.
And I'll kind of
And
motion
it's
for...
getting louder pretty quickly.
I look up, do I see anything, notice anything? Is it daylight?
Yeah, you can tell that about 50 feet to, you have the sort of the directions on the map as well, right? But they're not in the normal order. So
Yeah.
so towards the south, so towards the left of this tower that you were on, 50 feet that way, you notice that there is a pretty big boulder falling down, and it's coming close to the level that you guys are on.
Alright, so I'll tell one of the people in my stand to relay the message to the other groups.
Mm-hmm.
And have the others kind of brace themselves and move away from the debris that's falling.
Yeah. All right. Seeing that you roll pretty good, you also hear from the other side of the gorge, on the side of the entry tower, there is also a boulder coming down. It's pretty big. It's, however, also missing the roof terrace of this tower as of now.
So I sent the messenger, and I'll have my men also not just brace themselves, but kind of prepare the trebuchet just in case.
Mm-hmm. All right. That takes about a round. Bogak, this messenger eventually reaches you in that tower. You completely missed this, but it makes you aware of the fact that there have been 2 boulders coming down from the sides of the cliff, so you're pretty aware of that as of now. Any action you want to take?
Yeah, I'll turn to the group that's up here and have them ready the trebuchet also.
Mm-hmm.
Just
All right.
in the off chance, and I'll go ahead and go ahead and cast cordon of arrows here at the top of this tower.
Yep. Remind me what that does, please.
Plant 4 pieces of non-magical ammunition into the ground, and I can designate any creatures that it'll ignore, and basically any of non-orcish blood is going to be its target. And For the next 8 hours, whenever a creature other than an orc comes within 30 feet
Okay.
the first time or ends its turn, one piece will fly up and hit it for 1d6 piercing.
Okay, cool.
Unless they save on a dex saving throw.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll be sure to keep that in mind. All right, Bogek and II, since you're staying on the roof, after a little while, more boulders start falling down, and can I get you guys to roll me a dex save, as there is definitely something going on here, and a couple of these big boulders fly down on top of the terrace.
I got a 6.
A 6. What did you get, Bogek?
Still working on it.
That's
There,
alright.
finally went through. 24.
24. Okay, so a couple of these boulders are coming down, and one hits the side of the trebuchet and sort of rolls your way after hitting the side of the trebuchet, but you easily manage to step aside, and no worries there. II, on the other hand, you're looking to see whether your messenger actually reaches the other tower, and you hear these more boulders coming down. You turn around, and there's actually quite a few coming down, and you step out of the side of one but get hit by the other, and you take 9 bludgeoning damage from getting hit by this boulder.
Wow.
And as this happens, can I get both II and Bogek to roll me another perception check, please?
I got a 10 on my perception.
Mm-hmm.
And 16.
16. Bogek, you notice that from the south side, so from the left side of the map, you see these things flying in the air, like soaring through the gorge, and they reflect what little light falls into this gorge from the top, which is very little, but they reflect it heavily, so you see these white spots closing in the distance, and there's about 5 of them that close in pretty quickly. And I guess with that, we should start rolling for initiative, just for the sake of it. Ooh, let me get the chat up. I'm so far away from my screen, I have to walk all the way over to get Chase is a 12, and then we have a 13 for II, and then we have a 17 for Mugarod, and then we have a 10 for Bogat, and then Groom isn't here, so I can discard his card. Cool. So, Mugarod, I'm gonna skip you for now because you're in the bottom, so you haven't seen anything of this. II, you didn't see anything. So, Krusk is also in the bottom. So, Bogak, you get a chance to maybe alert the others or take an action as you see something approaching from the south side of the gorge.
Yeah, at this point I'm gonna direct the ones working the trebuchet here to aim at the ones flying in.
Yeah,
and
that takes them a full round, so this round they'll be turning the trebuchet.
Okay. Now, if I'm just pointing it out to them and telling them, can I still move?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, because I'm going to try and run over to that other tower. I want to drop another one of those cordons at the other tower, but I'm not sure. I don't think I can make it in one
Let me
movement.
see. Let's say you're pretty close to the stairs, so you want to go down the stairs, and then one door is blocked, so that's the 15, 30. No, that will take you actually on the third round. You will get up there. It's pretty far.
Yeah, 'cause I can't use the aggressive action yet.
No, not really. Because you're not really moving. Yeah, I guess you're moving slightly towards the enemy, but I say that's more for when you're actually. You have to have line of sight towards the enemy as well. So when you're inside, you can't really use that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're starting to make your way there, and you end up about near the altar where the sacrifices were made. All right, that brings us to the enemies that are coming in closer, but none of you are aware of that yet. But I'll give II another perception check because they're closing in.
Let's see. That would be a 13.
What did you get last time? 10, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say that you're able to spot these white things in the distance that are now a little bit closer, and you can actually tell that it's a white creature that's closing in, about 5 of them, and they have pretty big wings, but there are also leg-like structures underneath it. So it's a thing with like 4 legs and wings, and it's bright white, and it's closing in. So
Can I judge the distance at all?
yeah, you can. They'll be at about. Wait, let me do meters first. uh, let's say 300 feet.
300 feet? Okay. So I'll have.
Yeah, it's your turn, I think. Yeah, go.
I'll have my men kind of take up their bows and kind of just try to fire at them with bows.
Yep, sure.
So let's see. How does that work with a stand firing on these?
Yeah, if it's a solo target, so they can like point out the front thing, for instance. They roll with advantage on trying to hit it. And
300 feet would normally be disadvantaged, so it just breaks even.
it's a normal roll, yeah.
Alright. So longbow, and I use my modifiers?
No, I actually have the stats for the stands here, so just tell me what you roll on the die. And,
Okay. So I rolled a 15.
Okay, that's pretty good shot. You tell these men, and they all string their bows, and at your command, they release all the arrows, and the arrows, even though there's a bit of wind in this gorge, they fly up high, and with a nice sort of arc to it, they manage to find their way into this creature, and you can see it still is in flight, but it sort of shocks while it's in flight. It dips, and then it resumes its flight normally. But that was a pretty sweet shot from that distance.
Cool.
All right. So Bogak, you're still making your way. Let's just assume that you shouted on your way in to let the others know in the entranceway as well. So if Krusk, you're up now, so you're in the entranceway. Boga came by and he relayed to you the information that there, from the south, there are air forces coming in. Is there anything you want to do?
I'll turn and I'll Bogak, you need to be up on the roof, leading those men.
Okay.
I'll take care of the messengers.
Yeah, he can definitely hear you, so that's good. Anything else?
I'll turn to one of my men and I'll yell at him to make sure that II knows that we have enemies incoming.
Mm-hmm. That brings us to Bogak. He's just been told by Crumb that he'll take care of it. So do you turn around and return to your post? Or do you keep going? What do you do?
Well, I had plans for the other tower, but the more I look at it, I'm not really sure I want to run back and forth across the bridges too many times.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll get take 2 or 3 steps out into the bridge and drop the other cordon of arrows there on that smaller bridge.
All right. Yeah. Cool. Good idea.
And then turn and start making my way back up.
Yeah.
Towards the initial tower.
All right. So next turn, we're just gonna say you're back on your post, and the cordon of arrows is dropped on the small bridge. So the small bridge is completely rigged for ultimate destruction. Okay. So the 5 flying forces that you see approaching from the south, they come closer, and they're now at 200 feet. Mugorod, you've also heard, when Boga came in, you've also acquired the information of something incoming, so what is your response? Marcos? Oh, you're muted, man.
You're muted, man.
Yeah, sorry.
That's alright.
Well, I can't really do much, so I guess the only thing I would do is walk over to the small bridge that's ready to collapse, but not go out exactly, and cast message trying to reach II.
Okay, as you look through this door that leads up to the small bridge, you actually see that the men on top of the tower are already firing arrows. So it's safe to assume that II's got the message.
I was going to cast it more in the sense of, like, what do you see, number 1. Number 2, can you see the other army on their way up the hill to distract?
Mm-hmm. Message the cantrip, right? I think that's...
Yeah, the cantrip.
Yep. I think that's one-way communication, but...
It allows 2-way.
Is it?
But it's
All right.
short
Yeah,
message.
it allows 2-way.
Oh, sweet. Well, then...
It was 1-way and 3.5.
Fair enough. All right, then I'll let you guys have a chat about it.
Did I see anything coming up the path, or just the flying creatures from the south?
Just the flying from the south. And being that they are now 200 feet away, you can sort of tell that they're these white flying horses with big white wings, and there's creatures sitting on the back of them.
Alright, I'll convey that much to him, that it seems that there's white horses flying in from the south.
About 5.
Okay. I guess at that point I just go, flying horses, what? Just keep your eyes out for the other army. This could be a distraction.
Indeed.
Alrighty. So yeah, I guess that was a move and the casting of a spell. So that brings us back to you. I.
Alright, for my stand, can I have my troops kind of like prepare their action this turn, um, kind of like lighting their arrows on fire so that next turn when I have an action and the Pegasi or whatever are within that 150 feet or so to fire these prepared fire arrows?
Yeah,
So
sure. I'll let you do that.
basically, I'm spending this turn just preparing the fire on them.
Yeah, sure. I'll let you do that. Krusk. You were still in the entrance room, right?
That is correct.
Can you roll me a perception check then, please?
17.
17. With a 17, you managed to hear from the cliff beyond the entrance where you put all the traps and everything. You start to hear some, volume of things approaching.
I'll turn and I'll try and yell as loudly as possible. Bogak! People are coming up the cliffside.
Yeah, you're pretty close to the stairs, and the gated entry is open, so you'll definitely hear that.
The entrance is open.
Well, it's a meshed sort of gate, right? That
it's
rolls
the
down.
portcullis.
Yeah, so
Okay.
he'll definitely hear you. Anything else you want to prepare?
I'll have anyone that has a shield move forward to where they can't just fire arrows through the entrance and hit anyone that doesn't have a shield.
Right, so you position one of the stands with shields in front of the gate. Cool. Okie dokie. Bogak, you're on the roof. You just heard Krusk scream that there's apparently forces coming in.
You say a pair of forces?
Apparently, forces coming in towards the entry of the tower where you are on the roof. So not only are there flying creatures coming in from the south, but according to Crumb, who just shouted up Krusk, there are also forces coming in from the north now. On foot.
Okay, but they're still outside that first gate.
Oh,
there with the two Minotaur.
Yeah, you can't see him. So.
Okay, I'm gonna have if I'm back up to the rooftop anyway, I'm gonna have the stand spin the trebuchet around and ready it for the rock slide.
All right, that's cool. Yeah, that's easy for you to. You had to move as well, still, right? So let's just say you move up there and direct them, and that would be the turn then, I guess.
Okay.
All right. So these Pegasi are flying in, and they're getting really close to the towers now. They're only a couple, like 30 feet away, and II and Bogak, you can make them out a lot more clearly now, and they're clearly the creatures of legend, like Pegasi. And there is one elven rider on each of them, and sort of a passenger sitting behind him even. So there's two people on the back of this Pegasus, and the elves on the back are really cloaked in brown cloaks. And yeah, they're 30 feet away from the southernmost tower, And that brings us up to Mugarot. Again, muted.
Sorry, yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
Knowing that, I guess my warning was heard, I
Mhm.
turn around and run back into the room where I was.
Yep.
And seeing this entire commotion of all the warriors with shields going forward, I sort of grab the amulet around my neck and just like say, not turn off, but like go on like sleep mode.
Uh-huh.
So it looks like it's just a statue.
Yeah, that works. Where do you want it? On like the side of the door, or in front of the door, or
Where we
in
first
a
saw it.
corner somewhere? Yeah, so right next to a door. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, with the movement and directing this thing, I think that'll make up your turn. You've prepared some fire arrows, and these things are coming in close.
Alright, wow, so with them a lot closer than I was expecting, less than 100 feet, and you said there was about 5 of them.
Yeah,
I'm
take
gonna
a fire
have,
fast, man.
and you said we have, what, like 10 people in our grouping or something?
A stand consists of 10 people, yeah.
I'll have, like 2 people in each stand fire per horse, I guess. So, like, basically they're dividing fire to try to hit all of them.
Yeah, that would be hard to relay, but I'll let you have it.
Alright, so how should I roll for that then?
I'll roll for it, or you just roll me 5d20s.
5d20s. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'll have to roll one of these twice. So, or I'll just do it on Dice Stream because it'll be easier.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Alright, so we basically have 4 through 15.
Yeah, you managed to hit the first 3 of the Pegasi. The 2 that are flying behind are a bit too obstructed. So 2 arrows into the front Pegasus and 2 arrows into the 2 Pegasi flying behind it. And yeah, these arrows are on fire, so the front Pegasus is pretty hurt at this point because it already took fire from the full stand. And you can see that it starts to its wings have been hit, so the one in the front just starts to roll, sort of like in a barrel roll, and the 2 elves that are sitting on its back are grasping tight, trying to hold on, and this thing is crashing down, and it's going over towards the closest bridge, and it's struggling to stay in the air. The 2 behind it take the arrows, but have a slight dip, but continue their flight as of now.
And I'll say to my troops, burn these horses, burn them to the ground.
Aye, aye! Is there anything you want to do? Because commanding is pretty easy. That's just words.
Okay. So my troops are kind of focusing on the horses, and our trebuchet is still just kind of pointed over at the cliffs because we've loaded it but haven't done anything with it. So I guess I'll take my healing potion because I'm hurting a little bit.
Yeah, go for it.
That will be 2d4 plus 2, so I'll heal 6 hit points.
Yeah, sure. You took 9 damage, right, earlier?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
sweet. Let me just keep track of everyone's health a little bit. All right, Krusk. You've directed your forces. You hear these footsteps coming closer, and you can actually, if you look over the top of your forces standing there with shields in front of this gate, and the sleeping Minotaur golem next to him, you can see the first dwarves with shields and hand axes coming up towards the gate.
I'll just continue watching and make sure that already in action that if any of them start to if any of them reach the portcullis, I'll command my troops to start stabbing them through the portcullis.
Yeah, with spears, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, or whatever they have.
Yeah, we'll say they got some spears. That armory of the Minotaurs, if you sift through that, there's a bunch of weaponry that could be found. So spears seem pretty suitable to stab through this. What did you call it? Portcullis? Is that what it's called? Nice.
The iron bar doors that
Yeah,
drop
yeah,
down
yeah.
the drawbridge, on castles.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
It's
Nice.
called a portcullis, yeah.
I learned a new word. Cool. Bogak, it's you, man. You as well can see these first dwarves starting to march around the corner, storming in on the front gate.
Okay, so they're close enough to hit with our landslide then? Or
Yeah.
are they?
Yeah.
They're completely to the front gate then?
No, they're not completely to the front gate, but the first ones are starting to come around the corner. And as you, I don't know if you got the map anywhere that you can see, but as soon as you start seeing them come through the corner, they're close to the section that's been rigged. So.
Okay, yeah, I want to wait till we get as many of them in that kind of area where we can hit with the landslide as we can, and then we'll...
Yeah, then you'd be better off waiting to next turn.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to kind of tell them to hold. Well, they could still make just a plain like ranged attack or something, couldn't they, from here?
Yeah, you only need like a couple of men to operate the trebuchet, so you can definitely have them fire stand versus stand arrows into the first approaching dwarves. Definitely.
Yeah, we'll definitely start doing that. We'll have them fire. You said we've still got a Pegasus coming in from the south, though?
Yeah. There's one sort of taking a nosedive as it got hit by some fire arrows, and there's 4 behind it that are about 30 feet away from the southernmost towers.
So that might be a little bit of a stretch for a ranged shot from this tower, though.
Let me see.
Just see what my range is. Not sure offhand what the range for a longbow is.
Something like 180, I think.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to direct the stand to fire at the oncoming dwarves, and I'm going to turn and throw a pot shot at this oncoming Pegasus.
Yeah, the one that's already taken the nosedive, or one of the 4 that's behind them?
Is it nosedive like death thralls, or nosedive like wounded and still active?
Wounded and rolling like it's 90 degrees rolled at the moment, and it's going down at an angle of like 50 degrees. So it's gonna take a lot of agility to recuperate from that.
Okay, I don't.
But this gorge,
yeah,
this gorge is pretty deep, so it does have some time to recuperate from it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go for the one that's already fairly wounded.
All right, go for it. And give me a roll for the stand as well, please.
Okay, rolled a 6. That's without any modifiers. I don't know what modifiers the stand would have.
I do. Okay, so as the stands take aim, yeah, these dwarves are just barely coming around the corner. So what you see is a lot of the arrows that the stands fire are actually shooting into the cliffside and whiz over the top of the heads of these incoming dwarves, and they don't hit.
Okay, and I manage 21.
All right, sweet. Well, yeah, you hit this Pegasus and describe to me how it starts falling into the abyss with the two riders on the back.
Oh, don't even need to roll damage or anything?
I suppose you do, but it was hurt very bad. So
Okay. So yeah, it just kind of continues its roll, and as it hits completely inverted, the rider just drops from the back of the horse, and they just kind of tumble one after the other into the gorge.
yeah, nice. All right. Yeah, that brings us up to the Pegasi, and there's four of them left, and they swoop over the top of the tower that II is standing on. And as they swoop, you see the second rider, like the passenger on this Pegasi. You see them actually jump off, and they're about 30 feet high, flying over the top of the tower, and you see these four guys jump off, and they fall down, and as soon as they come relatively close to the surface of the tower, their fall magically slows, and they land in their cloaks with a staff on the back of their back in a pose like this. So there's four guys now standing on your rooftop.
Damn Jedi.
And that brings us to Mugarot.
Okay, how close are the ground troops to the gate?
They're right around the corner, so that would be about 30, 60. That's probably 70 feet from the gate.
Okay, do we have any archers with us? Right here in this first room?
You have one stand in the first room, and that stand is equipped with the shields and the spears, and you have one stand on the roof, which is commanded by Bogak, and they are archers. So no.
Okay, so then I guess still holding the amulet, I just say out loud. Yeah, just like wait,
Mm-hmm.
sort of like that moment where you're like, and wait for it.
Yep.
And as soon as I get closer, I'm gonna just start my side of the attack.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, so you're just sticking it out inside of that room, I guess. That brings us to II then on the roof, where just close to your battalion, four cloaked figures descended.
Alright, so four cloaked figures kind of popped off. And how far off did the Pegasi fly? Are they like circling, or did they just keep going like a flyby? Or
It was a flyby.
all right, so they're kind of a ways away now.
They moved 90 feet around, and they were 30 feet away before they dropped them off. So I'd say they're about 30, 40 feet past the tower now.
All right, I'll tell my men to take care of these vile elves. So basically, to switch from their bows to melee weapons,
Yep.
and have I want half of my stand to attack one elf, and then the other half to attack another, or just basically for them to attack the stand of elves, whatever.
Yeah, if they act as a full stand against a solo, they will have advantage on the roll and deal max damage if they hit. If they work as like 5-on-1 and 5-on-1, I'll just have you roll 5 d20s for each of them, and they'll deal normal damage. So it's up to you.
Could I just have their full group go against the other full group?
Those 5 are not really
A group.
a stand because they're with 5, not with 10. So.
All right, I'll have half of them.
What you
Go
could
ahead.
do is, if he wants to split the stand into 2 smaller stands, just have them roll the attack, but not with advantage, and the weapons deal average damage for whatever they're dealing.
Yeah, that could work, I guess. Yeah.
All right, I guess I'll switch over to my halberd and kind of go in rage and attack one, and then I'll have my stands kind of split in attack as well or something.
Okay, so first, let me do your attacks on one of these guys.
All right. So I just get the one attack. But, yeah. So, that was a natural 1. And, yeah, so I missed the guy I'm attacking with my halberd.
Okay, so you, this ninja type of elf just comes down like this, and you try to swing its halberd, the halberd into the ground where he just landed on, and after landing like this, he just rolls away pretty easily, and that halberd hits the ground pretty hard. Okay, so roll a two normal attack rolls for 5 of your men.
Alright, first one, oh my goodness, both of them were natural 1s.
Really?
So that's 3 natural 1s in a row. Wow.
Are you kidding me? That's crazy, man.
I would not make that up, because that's terrible.
Alright, so let me see.
Yes, those elves are very ninja-like.
Yeah, they're pretty swift and fast, and what actually happens is that your men, they have changed to their normal weaponry, which will be some axes, and what's going to happen is that the first 2 of these 5 men are trying to swing in at these ninjas, and they just dodge it like they dodged your halberd attack. But then the ones behind them also try to make an attack, and they actually hit the 2 guys in front. So they do some friendly fire over there, and these ninjas just expertly roll out of the way out of all of the attacks that have been fired at the top of this tower. I guess that's the turn over there, right? What a great start to defending the base. Krusk.
Because of the I don't know about what's happening across the bridge, I'm just going to do the same thing I did last turn, and I'm going to trust in Bogak.
Yep.
His traps and I'm just going to remain here unless I receive a message otherwise.
All right. Bogak. What you notice at the start of your turn is that this Pegasus you just shot down, it went tumbling down into the abyss, and it hit the water that's apparently below this gorge. And as it does so, a lightning bolt comes down, and it just crosses through the 2 bridges, hits the water, and you see this flicker, and you feel the whole gorge tremble. And can I get you to roll a d10 for me, please?
For 3.
Okay. as this happens, you feel from the air in the gorge sort of gets thicker and time slows down for you a little bit more, and you hear this laugh inside of your mind, like a diabolical, evil laugh, and it thanks you and it empowers you, and you will actually be able to add a D4 to any attack roll or save for the next 10 rounds, as you've been blessed for making this holy creature into a sacrifice. And with that, you can take your turn as you normally would.
Okay. And we've got the northern group probably close enough this turn to hit with the trebuchet.
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that.
So yep, I'll kind of the same way. Have them hold until we get as many of them in the path as we can, and then instruct the trebuchet operators to loose the boulder.
Yeah, so this trebuchet just swings, and these pieces of debris that you've over this boulder that tumbled down earlier, and you managed to avoid that. You've loaded that into the trebuchet, and it swings and it hits the side of the gorge, and the sound is deafening, and it comes down, and you see these dwarves just cupping an avalanche of stone into the face, and one by one there's definitely about 7-8 of them you can see so far are clearly gone into the gorge.
Okay, and then I'm going to try and take a pot shot at any of them that might still be standing.
Yeah, so you're basically attacking a stand then, so that would be a disadvantage, but you could add the D4, like I said before. So.
Okay. Oh, I don't have a second D20. Oh. Well, at disadvantage, that was let's see, 7 in the D4 for an 8.
Okay, so your arrow gets pretty well. It definitely goes towards the mass of the dwarves, and the front couple of dwarves that haven't been swept away by this avalanche of rock, they keep charging towards the front door, and as you fire this arrow, one of them expertly captures it into its wooden shield and keeps charging for the front door. And that brings us up to the enemy's turn, and so we have 2 of these ninjas closing in on II, and what they will be doing is they're grabbing their sticks from the bags, their quarterstaffs, and they're gonna try and whack you with that. And okay, so you have one on either side of you, and this first one just takes like a roundhouse swing with the stick and hits you for 6 damage, and then the other one comes over the top and just finishes it for another 8. But I guess you're raging, so you can halve that. And then there is 2 more of them, and they will be attacking the stands, which they do at disadvantage, obviously. And All right. Actually, both of these ninjas, being so fast and nimble, they managed to actually hit some of your men in these stands. So there's five on one of them, and they just had that friendly fire affair. So they're kind of toppled all over each other. And this ninja just comes in and he whacks one of them unconscious, and whacks another one of them unconscious, and the same happens on the other side. So the stand is pretty damaged. There's only about half of your men left from that. And then we have the first dwarves that made it a bit too far along to get caught by the avalanche, and they walk over towards the front gate, and they just disappear into this pit trap, and they manage to slide down into the gorge, and from this avalanche has sort of blocked the path, and there's dwarves starting to climb over the top of that, but it's pretty difficult for them. So they're trying to make their way towards the gate across the debris of the avalanche. And that brings us to Mugarot.
Okay, so the dwarves are charging the gate, correct?
Yeah, some came up to the gate, but there was a pit trap dug there, and they disappeared into the pit trap. And actually, I made it a point to dig all the way towards the gorge. So as soon as they fell into the pit trap, they slided into the gorge.
Okay.
So as of now, there are only dwarves trying to climb over the landslide that was caused 70 feet away from the gorge. So there's no direct threat to the gate at the moment yet.
Okay, then at this point I'm gonna start loading up my crossbow. Still like yelling out like hold, like just waiting for them to get closer.
Sweet. Aye. You've just been hit by two of these guys that are standing sort of flanking you, and two more that are taking care of your men in pretty rapid succession.
So, do I have enough men to still call that even a stand, or how does this work?
I'm gonna say you have 6 left, so 3 on each as of now. So calling that a stand would be a bit too much.
Alright, I'm not sure how that works, but I guess I'll have 3 team up against 2 different ones, and then I'll attack another.
Yeah, that works.
Alright, so I'll roll for
Try to roll 3 20s this time, okay?
I'll roll for my 2 groups first, so I can see how bad we're doing. And we have a 14 and a 17.
Yeah, you're I was gonna let you roll like 60 20s for that. If that's okay.
Yeah, I just rolled for. I guess the 14 and 17 will be for the first group then.
We'll keep the 14 and the 17.
And then for the second group, 13 and a 4.
Okay, so the first group recollects themselves, and their axes, despite getting whacked, just manage to hit these pretty swift ninjas. And roll me. That's 3 people, so roll me 3 d6s, please.
3d6. Oh well, that one jumped out. That would be 12 damage.
Alright, so this ninja takes about 3 axes to the body, and it's starting to look bloodied. And then we have your other man, and the 13 hits. You can roll me 1d6 for that one.
Alright. And that's a 4.
Okay. So yeah, he cops an axe right in the leg, and all the other attacks of these men he manages to avoid, and then there's two standing, engaging you.
And then I was going to attack one of them, but I just noticed or realized with my Primal Path Wolf Totem, allies have advantage on enemies within 5 feet of me. So if I attack the enemies that are on me, would that do anything, or?
Yeah, that would have affected the rolls of the guys that you just rolled, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's something to keep in mind for later.
Yeah, let's just keep it in mind for later.
Alright, so I'll try to turn and attack one of these elf ninjas with my halberd.
Yep.
And that would be a 15?
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, cool. That will be for 9 damage.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it for me.
Okay, so this halberd just dives into his abdomen, and yeah, you pierced him pretty good. Krusk still in the main room. Some dwarves getting a little closer. Some dwarves having been swept away by the pit trap. What's going on?
Well, I still don't know about what's going on at the other tower.
Mm-hmm.
So I am going to remain here and do nothing.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Oh, it's fine. I'm not worried about it.
Your time will come. Bogak, you can see some dwarves trying to climb over this avalanche.
Trying to climb over the ledge.
No, this avalanche of debris that
Oh.
came down from the trebuchet trap thing.
Okay. And would I have seen the group jump over onto the far tower?
Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have Melramang head that direction since he can climb the side of the tower and try and help
Yep.
out over there.
Definitely. What's his speed?
40 and 40 to climb.
Okay, so climbing, you can make a dash action, I guess. So he gets 80 feet. 20, 40. So he's actually he climbs down the tower onto the sabotage bridge. He follows the sabotage bridge and climbs up to the other tower, and he's right at the edge of the other tower now. So next turn he'll definitely be able to engage one of these monks.
Yep. On next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then well, I'll have him go ahead and. How does the trebuchet work as far as damage? I mean, is it if I fired the trebuchet at a stand, would it be better than just trying to fire upon them with bows?
The trebuchet deals a lot more damage. Yeah, definitely. It deals 3d6 of bludgeoning damage. So onto a square, so it's easy to hit as well with it.
Okay. So yeah, we'll have the stand work on loading that then.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The next turn it will be loaded for you.
Right. And can I still make my attack action?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. We'll do that for another one of the dwarves, basically the ones straight down at us, the ones that are closest to the doorway.
Yeah. All right. Again, this is a group of dwarves, so I'll have you attack a stand at disadvantage again.
Okay.
But don't forget to add the D4, right?
Oh no, D4's not doing me much.
Just a 1?
Yeah, another 1.
Shame.
But I got...
You've been
So
blessed by this
1d1.
powerful devil, and all you get is a 1. What did you get? Sorry?
That brings it up to 21.
Oh,
Total.
21's easy, man. That hits.
Okay, and I don't add the 1d4 on damage, just the roll.
No, just a D20 roll, yeah.
Okay, so for a total of 9.
Okay. So, as these dwarves are trying to climb over the debris that's been coming down from this trebuchet trap, they can't really use their shields, and you hit a couple straight in the head. So this stand takes your, what was it, 9 damage?
Right.
Alright, cool. And enemies, but I see we lost Dan, right? Or no, we lost 2 people. We lost Marcos.
I'm here.
We lost Marcos, yeah. Alright. Okay, so you have 2 guys on you still. Let's start with them. They're going to... Okay, so one of these ninjas that's engaging you is just first whack, but you dodge under it, and then the second whack of the quarterstaff hits you, and the other ninja that's on the other side of you does the same thing, and the first whack hits you, and the second whack you just manage to jump over that. So you take a couple more bludgeoning damage. Let's see how much. 8 more, so that would be 4 for you. And then we have these guys attacking what's left of your man, which is not much. Okay, so there's 2 of these guys left. They have about 3 men on them. One tries to attack one of these men, and they just jump out of the way. And the other one just quickly grabs his staff and just does like this 360 move, and all 3 of them just fall over unconscious, dead on the floor. So there's one that's been able to deal with your men, and one that has 3 of your men on him still. Then more dwarves come up towards the front gate. They see this pit trap as it's been deployed already, and they close in. And from back in the group of the invading dwarves, a ram is being brought forward over their heads, and they start to just drive the ram into the portcullis. And so they're now standing.
Even with the pit trap?
Yeah, I guess there's a pit there. I was just about to say that. So what they would be doing is trying to find some. Let me see. They're going to get grappling hooks out, and some of them are trying to throw them attached to rope onto the top of the tower, and other ones are trying to get some either bodies or debris into the pit trap to fill it up. So that's what they're doing. And then we have Marcos, but he's still gone. So back to you, I.
So we're basically one-on-one now. 4 elves and 4 people up on the roof.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right. So I'm assuming the 4 of us have kind of like fallen back to back, and so first I'm gonna have the ones that are to my left and my right try to attack the elves that are on me using my Totem of the Wolf, so they have advantage on enemies within 5 feet.
Yeah, sure, they can use that.
So first one with advantage would have a 16, and second one with advantage would have a 17.
Yeah, both hit.
And what do you want me to roll for damage, or do you got it?
Yeah, you can roll d6s.
Alright, so it's like one of them got a 6 and the other a 3.
Okay, so they're attacking the same guy, right?
I thought they were attacking like different guys, like the
Okay.
2 different guys that were on me. But
Yeah, the 2 that were on you, one was undamaged, so he suffers a hit, and the other one cops your halberd pretty bad, and he now takes an axe in the shoulder as well. So the damage was 6 and what?
6 and 3,
Okay, but I'm
unless there's a modifier.
yeah, I'm gonna add something to that still. 7. All right. Yeah, that were your men.
Yep, and then the third guy, I don't imagine he would get advantage because he's probably attacking somebody on the other side since we're back to back.
Yeah, he's still in 5 feet of you.
Okay, then I'll roll a second dice for him.
Yeah, go for it.
And the better of which is a 14.
That's not enough. These ninjas are pretty fast and duck out of the way.
Alright, and then finally I'll try to take a swing at the more damaged of the 2 that was on me.
Yep.
And let's see, with modifiers, that is a 16.
Yeah, hit.
So.
And I believe you can make 2 attacks even in a round, right? So.
Oh no, I took a level in fighter, so I don't get extra attack.
Ah, right.
And that would be 12 damage.
Okay. Yeah, this guy is down from half of his hit points to 1 hit point. So describe what kind of whack that would be.
So after my guy hit him in the shoulder with the axe, I took my halberd, kind of moving out to use its reach, and tried to cleave him from below, and kind of stuck my halberd down, kind of caught him in the genitals, and ripped my way up his chest. Didn't quite kill him apparently, but
no,
did
he's
some damage.
very, very, very dizzy, hanging on to dear life. Krusk.
Well, I'm going to use my bonus action to
Oh
second
yeah,
wind.
sure. Yeah, go for it.
And that heals 10 hit points.
All right, nice. So now Krusk? Yeah, right?
Yep.
All right.
Can I make a perception check to see if I hear this intense fighting going on across the chasm?
Yeah, go for it, man.
That's a nat 20.
Yeah, you'll hear it. Easy. You just hear as this halberd drives into, like, yeah, I believe you, into the nuts of this elf. You hear a high-pitched elven screech just going through bone and marrow, like shivering, bone-chilling screech.
Since Mugarod and Bogak are both over here, and I hear this intense fighting across the chasm, I'm going to turn my warg and I'm going to actually use a dash action, which gives me 120 feet, 60 times 2.
Yep.
Will that get me across the bridge and at least to the stairs in the other tower?
Let me make a quick count. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 120, 130, 140, 150, and 60. How far could you get? 120, right?
120.
Yeah,
Since it's a reskinned horse, it's just 60 feet.
Yeah, it'll get you close to the stairs, yeah.
Okay. And as I leave, I yell at Mugurad, "Hold the entrance!"
Yeah. Bogak, you see the first grappling hooks trying to grab onto the edge of the roof tower that you're on, and the trebuchet has been loaded yet again, so it's your turn. And
Okay.
the wolf spider can take an action as well.
And what was that?
And your spider can take an action as well because it's on the other roof.
Well, first, you said it only takes a couple people to aim the trebuchet.
Yeah. You have a stand there, a full stand, and just some people operating the trebuchet. So you can deal with that separately. It's no problem.
Okay. Well, I want to have them aim for the battering ram, because you're talking about like the big rolling wheel battering ram.
Yeah,
right?
but
Not just a carried log.
I was talking about a carried log, but they're having trouble even reaching the thing because there's a pit trap in front of it.
Okay, and it's still room that I'd be able to hit it with a trebuchet. I'm not like trying to fire it straight down or anything, am I?
If you try to hit the dwarves, that would be they're pretty much too close because I imagine this pit trap to be 10 feet across, pretty much, and so they'd be 10 feet from the wall, and the wall is pretty high. So it'd be next to impossible to hit a trebuchet onto that.
Okay, but we've still got troops coming in from the north.
Oh yeah.
Okay, well we'll just leave it basically where it's at and try and fire around the same area as where we were triggering the landslide to try and hit more dwarves as they come in. But then also I want the remaining of the stand to cut at the grappling hooks as they, any of them that manage to land and get hold.
Yeah, they can definitely do so. Roll me 3d6 for the damage on the trebuchet.
Total 13.
Cool. So that stand that's coming in over the top of the landslide takes 13 damage as a big boulder that has come down earlier just hits right into the oncoming forces, and some tumble down into the abyss. What do you want to do first, your action or the wolf spider?
The spider, I want him to lunge and attack one of the.
Yeah, so you have this guy that's been forked with the trident of II, and he's looking really damaged. You have one that looks fresh as day, and you have two that have taken some damage but are still fighting strong. One of which is
I think he's going to go after the freshest. He kind of looks a little tastier.
All right, sweet.
Okay. 16. And he's going to try and bite for 22.
Yeah, easy.
And that's 7 piercing.
And
then 5 poison unless they can beat a DC 11 Constitution.
All right, let me check if they can. Yeah. Okay, so this bite clings into him, and these fangs are pretty big, and it makes him really bloody. But he doesn't seem dizzy or anything or phased by the poison at all.
Okay, well, it just does half damage on a save.
Okay, so how much is that?
Half of 5.
So 3. There we go. Okay. Yeah. That leaves us with your action, I guess.
And then I'm gonna try and take another shot at one of them coming up with
Go.
the battering ram.
Yeah, go.
And that's still at disadvantage.
Yeah.
For 15.
Mm-hmm. That hits. The 15 was the damage or the 2 hit?
15's to hit.
Yeah, so you can roll me damage.
Okay. For 7.
All right. So yeah, you take aim with his arrow, and it hits a dwarf just straight in the chest. And as it goes down, trying to climb over this avalanche, it takes 2 dwarves with him into the gorge. So you've injured the stand pretty solidly.
Nice.
All right. Yeah, so some of these dwarves that are... Yeah?
And that was my alarm telling me I had to be out. I sadly have to step out at this point because I've got to go to work.
Right, okay. Yeah, we're running a bit late, so that's a shame. Well, thanks for playing, man.
Yep. Thanks for having me along.
No worries. And
Good seeing you, Marshall.
yeah.
Yep, you too. Good luck to everybody.
Yeah, thanks. See ya. Alright, so we have some of these dwarves that keep filling up this pit trap, and they manage to fill it up pretty quickly. There's numbers of them, and they start battering away at the front gate, and it's shaking in its hilts. And then we're back to the other rooftop, where there's still 4 guys left after all of this. And we're just going to say that one of them, as Marshall is leaving, just picks up the staff and makes like a somersault, a front flip, and just hammers the spider and splashes it completely out of the way. Then there is the one that's sitting like a shish kebab on top of your trident, Dan, and he's going to try to he drops his quarterstaff, and he's going to try to punch you, and he doesn't manage to do so. He's severely hurt, and yeah, he just throws up a wild punch that's going nowhere. And then we have one that just completely wiped out the 3 men that were surrounding him last turn. He's going up against you now as well, then. And he's going to attack with a staff. Their luck has turned. He rolled a crit miss, and he actually falls prone over one of the bodies of the orcs that is already there. And then we have one left that is fighting the remainder of your men there, and he attacks some of them, and he manages to to wipe out two of them with a swift 1/2 of the staff. So there's one of your men left, and you're there with a guy prone at your feet and a guy on a shish kebab on your trident. And Mugarod, you can hear and see these dwarves starting to drive a ram into the front gate. Some are trying to throw up grappling hooks to the top of the castle, and yeah, that's the situation you find yourself in. The stand is still standing in front of the gate with spears at the ready and shields at the ready. So.
Okay, so this is going to be kind of long and kind of confusing. I'm going to order that first line to begin stabbing through the hole at anything they can, any dwarf they can see, to try and thin the ranks, and everyone behind them to start backing away. Shield still up, but backing away.
Yep.
So that if/when that first line goes down, I can activate the golem so that he can start with a massive swing towards the gate and just start,
basically you're positioning the golem to strike. Yeah, I get it. Sweet. That works. Alright, also you've picked up the sound of battle going on the other tower, as there was a deafening screech when the trident of II pierced the nuts of one of these elves.
Oh!
You missed that. So you're aware that there's something going on there. I don't know if you want to act on that, but...
not right now. But
Alright.
Guess I can do is sort of, like, my crossbow is locked and loaded. Can I see any kind of what's it called? Any kind of like leadership in the dwarves in front of me?
As of yet, no.
Okay, so then I'm gonna just stay on the lookout for that. So I can try and take him out.
Yeah, so you can ready an action and try and shoot over the top if you see any figure that looks like he would be a leader. Sweet. You're still in the toughest position of the whole raid, man.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have, from what I understand, there's me and one other orc next to me. There is a elf on the ground with my halberd kind of lodged in him. Another elf on the ground near me.
Prone, yeah.
An elf that's kind of moved away a little bit to smash a spider.
Yeah.
And an elf that's near my other orc.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright, so first I'll let the my friendly orc make an attack on the standing elf near him, which he should get an advantage.
Yep.
So his best will be a 12.
Ooh, that's gonna be dodged.
Yep. At least it wasn't the natural 1, which was the other die.
Yeah, man, how do you roll 3 natural 1s in a row? That's just crazy, eh?
It was terribly bad.
I should give you inspiration just for doing that.
Just for being honest, huh?
Yep.
So, with my halberd lodged in this other guy, I'm going to kind of rip it out of him and try to downward stab it into the guy that's prone.
Yeah, we're just going to say that ripping it out of him causes so much bloodlust that he falls down and doesn't move any longer. So you can make an attack roll for hitting the one that's prone at your fate. So you can do so at advantage because he's prone.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to take the halberd and try to just jab it into his midsection and lodge it into his body.
Yeah.
And the better of the two is a 19.
Yeah, that's far more than enough.
Alright, so let's see, that should be... Oh, I've been forgetting, I'm enraged, so I do actually +2 to my...
Yeah, you have my damage, yeah.
So let's see, that would be 7, 11, 13 damage to him.
All right, describe the demise.
So I stab this halberd down into his body, and as he kind of twitches from it, I'll pull it back out again, kind of spin it around, and lop it down and lop off his head.
Yeah. All right, so this head just rolls towards this wolf spider that's been splattered on the ground, and there's a wolf spider mess and an elf head lying in its.
We'll be standing back to back, just waiting for these other two elves.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't
I'm
me.
gonna fight you if you're lying.
Trust.
On your graduation, you're going to fight me. People I'm playing with. My sister.
Hello, Sister of Markham.
So I'm at the stairs.
Yeah.
I'm going to move up the stairs, and what do I see?
All right. So what you see is a splashed up wolf spider, an elven head lying there, an elven body bleeding as Coral just took his head off with a trident. You see a massacre of all these orc men that were commanded by II and that have fallen. One of them is left, and he's standing back to back with II, with two more elven ninjas with staffs surrounding, dancing around them because they're obviously very fast and they're wielding quarterstaffs. So it's 2-2 at the moment, and you're coming up.
Okay. How far away are they from me?
I'd say they're about in the middle of the tower ground, so let's say 30 feet.
Okay. I am going to move directly to them, and I'm actually going to leap off of my warg and bring my maul down.
Yep.
And I'm actually going to use sweeping attack, which allows me, it's basically cleave from 3.5. So,
Nice.
$21.
Yeah, that hits easily. You can tell quite a bit of difference in the level of injuries that these guys have sustained. Would you like to go for the one that looks very bloody or the one that looks pretty healthy?
I'll go for the one that looks pretty healthy, and then the cleave will go to the one that looks pretty bloodied.
Yeah, nice. But if it is exactly like Cleave was in 3.5, you can only use it if you actually down him, right?
It's not quite. It's basically I apply my damage to the first one, and then I will roll the D8 and any miscellaneous damage like my Grumptious Fury.
Yep.
And that's how that works.
All right, sweet.
If the attack would hit the second one as well.
Yeah,
but then, assuming they both have the same armor class, so.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
So 5 plus 4 plus 5, 14 plus 4. 18 points to the first one.
Oh, it's down.
And 5 plus 3, 12 points to the second one.
And it's also down, man. So this chief just comes in and saves the day. Tell me how.
I come charging up the stairs on the back of my warg, and then as we get near them, I just I come riding by and leap off the warg and bring my maul up and catch the first one in the stomach, and then I continue the swing and carry that first one into the second one, and I just slam them both down into the floor.
Yeah.
Crushing them.
Nice. All right, so yeah, that ninja attack's been taken care of. I really need a toilet break quickly again.
Me too.
But I'll make it very quick. And I don't know, we're running long. I hope it's not a problem. If it's a problem,
No.
If it's a problem, just leave. And if I'm back, we're gonna let this gate fall and let all mayhem break loose. So, yeah.
In the meantime, I'll relay to the chief basically what happened up at the tower and the flying enemies and all that crap.
Yeah, sweet. You can have your little toilet break on top of the tower as well.
Yep.
Nice.
Right off the side.
All right, I'll be back.
I'm back.
So, there go the ninjas. Gone.
And now I only have 4 d8s of superiority die left.
Oh
Yeah.
no, man, you've wasted so many resources already. Screw your life.
I've blown pretty much all of mine.
Yeah, you're in trouble. Well, I think I have Mugarod's character sheet, so do you just want to switch? Or Bogak, I mean. Marshall's character, he's gone now, so you can just, you know. No, let's not do that.
I don't even know what is he. Was he a druid or a ranger?
He was a druid. No, ranger, beastmaster. Sorry, beastmaster. But yeah, his traps are still in place, so you might get some use out of him after all. Let me see.
Technically, the ones who are ramming the door would be in range of his arrows at that gate.
The way I interpreted it was that he, well, it makes sense that it would be the way you interpreted it, but
Yeah, within 30 feet of where he set it off to go off.
yeah, but yeah, the way I had it in my head initially was that they were up on the roof for some reason, but that obviously doesn't make sense.
Well, I think he had set him up on the roof, but like where he puts the arrows isn't where the arrows shoot to. If that makes any sense. It's
Yeah.
like within 30 feet of where he sets it up.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think
All
they're
right,
kind of like
we'll.
powerful magic missiles that are just reaction things. Is
Yeah.
kind of how I view them for the spell.
Yeah, it was 1d6 piercing, right? So I'll just deal with that when the next turn of the enemies comes up.
Yeah, it's only
Um,
4 arrows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's 46 actually, or not?
No,
Yeah,
it's
no idea.
each enemy would take 1 arrow. So,
Yeah.
and they get a dexterity saving throw, I believe.
Yeah.
Or it
Yeah.
hits him in the knee.
Yeah, I've got the dex save written down. Yeah. All right. Cool. So I believe we were up to the dwarves, and yeah, they just keep driving this pit trap has been filled up with a couple of bodies and some rubble, and they keep driving this ram into the front gate. You can see the looks on the faces of the men on the inside of the entrance, the orc fellows that Mugarod is commanding. You can see their faces sort of intensify as they see this thing starting to give way a little bit. Mugarod, you can also see that more men are coming in, and you were looking out for a leading figure, and you can see in the back a big dwarf with like a clearly well-made chain shirt on, and he has this bright orange mohawk, and he's wearing like his completely ripped arms come out from underneath his chainsaw. They're bare, and he has a very big axe that he's wielding, and he's shouting at this man, just keep pushing, and he's staying in the back a little bit for now. And then what else do we have in store for you guys?
Reinforcements. Ours. You know, the drone that we talked to?
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
How about in 20 rounds?
I can make us last that long.
Yeah, you're still good, right? And you've got a golem up your sleeve, you've got a full unit, so you should be
I'm not hurt, and I've only used one of my abilities, so
Yeah, there we go.
we got this.
Let me see. Can I get perception checks from II and Krusk?
21.
15.
15. Alright, the 21 is enough to hear some slight, sort of footsteppy disturbances on the cliff next to the tower that you're standing on. Looking over, though, you don't really see anything right now.
Coming from the thing that leads to the labyrinth?
No, just coming from up, from like the terrace, the roof terrace is here, and the cliff would be here, and just on the cliff somewhere.
Okay, like it sounds like footsteps, sort of?
Yeah,
Like something's climbing up from below us.
Exactly, something like that. It's coming from up downwards, so.
So they're above us, okay.
Yeah. But you look towards this thing that you heard, and you don't see anything yet. But all of a sudden, you see an elf in robes appearing, hanging onto this cliff very expertly. He only needs like a foot and a hand to hang on to it, which is pretty weird because the cliff is pretty steep. And he makes this gesture as he suddenly appears. And how many hit points have you got left, II?
I've got 49.
At the
remaining?
at the moment?
Yes, I used a healing potion and a second wind.
49. Sweet as.
That's my max.
He's a barbarian. What can I say? Okay, these gestures are directed at you, and you sort of let out a huge yawn and feel a little bit drowsy, but yeah, you don't know where that came from all of a sudden, but you managed to sort of snap out of it and stay focused on the task.
So my rage subsides a little bit.
Yeah, you've been sort of brought back to sort of balance. All right, so that brings us to Mugorod. You've just saw this general type of figure appear, and these dwarves just keep battering at the front gate, and it's looking like it's not going to last much longer.
Wouldn't he have gotten a shot at the
Yeah,
leader because he readied his action?
yeah, let's do it now.
Hang on.
That's all right.
Oh God!
Another break.
Sorry, it's just my sister's having a graduation party. Someone was knocking.
Fair enough. All right, so you're ready at action to shoot over the top of your man, so you can go ahead and do that.
Okay. Let me see. Where is it? That is a 17.
Ooh, that's just enough to whiz through the holes in this gate over the top of the men that are battering their rams and straight into this general. So you can roll me damage.
What is it? That is 3 piercing damage.
All right. Yeah, it just basically it scratches its shoulder a little. He shakes it off easily. He doesn't seem to feel it. He keeps shouting at his man to just charge. If anything, he seems more energized by the blood being drawn than actually hurt. So, you just sort of had this tiredness come over you, and now as you saw Krusk looking up at the cliff, you see an elf hanging from the cliff.
Alright, so I kind of seen him, and my rage doesn't entirely subside, but it's getting close. And looking up there, how far away is he, and is it just him, or do I notice anything else at this point?
No, it's as far as you can tell, it's just him.
Alright, and about how far up and off is he?
We'll say he's about 25 feet up and about 10 feet off.
Alright, so I'll take my longbow back out and instruct the single man left with me to do the same.
Yeah.
And I'll fire a shot at him.
Roll me 2 attack rolls. One for you and one for him.
Alright, so for him, a 14. And then for me...
That's unmodified for him, right?
Well, I don't have his modifiers.
No,
so.
I do, so yeah. Alright, sweet.
And then for me, a 16.
Yeah, both of you managed to drive an arrow into him, so you can roll your damage and a d6 for his damage.
Alright, so for him, a 3.
Mm-hmm.
And for me... that'd be a 3, and I don't... Actually, I have Savage Attacker, so... so a 4. And,
okay. Your rolls are not treating you very well today.
Yeah, so I deal 4 damage, and then I'm not sure what the other guy deals, but...
I am. Okay, so as he took 2 arrows, one to the leg and one to the chest. He's struggling to hang on, so I'm gonna have him roll a save to see if he comes tumbling down or if he can hold on to this ledge. Let's see. He's pretty amazingly adept at climbing, and he hangs on to this ledge. So
If he wants to jump, I'll catch him with one of my tridents.
yeah, good idea. I'll let him know. So 2 arrows. Krusk, you obviously noticed him as well.
I want to take my whip that's on my
Yep.
belt, and I want to, what would it be to grab hold of like his ankle and pull him down?
Well, he was 25 feet up. That's pretty far for a whip, right?
Okay.
Yeah, whips have reach. That's like 10
10.
feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's 10. Okay.
Elves are stupid. Throw rocks at him.
Is there a bow nearby?
Yeah, definitely, because these men have been firing, and there's this graveyard of Coral's men in front of you.
Are they long bows or short bows?
They are short bows.
Okay. I'll grab one and fire an arrow at him.
All right, you can do that.
That is a crit fail.
Okay. I'm just going to say the cord of this bow snaps. And so you're going to have to grab another bow if you want to try that again.
You see me grab this bow, and I just greatly overestimate how
Yeah.
much power it can withstand, and I just pull it back, and the string just busts right off the bow.
Yeah, and the look on your face.
I'm just looking at it like, what the crap?
Yep, sucks to be Krusk this turn. Alright, so we have this guy on the cliff, and he notices both of you easily, and what he's gonna do is he's gonna reach out an arm again and mutter some words in this filthy language that sounds way too high pitched for you guys, and way too sing type language, not guttural enough. And from his fingertips, shoot 3 darts of force towards you, Krusk. And if you want the translation, that's a magic missile. And you are hit for 11 force damage from 3 darts just hitting you in the chest. And that would be his turn. And then the gate is going to fall. The first troops are going to charge in and try to take care of the men that are in front of this gate, the men of Mugarod that have their spears up and their shields up, and they're going to come at you with hand axes. And let's see, that's stand versus stand, so that's a normal attack roll. Okay. Let me do some administration. So the first dwarves, as this gate falls over, they just scream in relief that they're finally in and get to use their axes, and they draw some blood from the first guys there, and the general starts closing in as well. More troops come in, and that brings us to the action of Mugarod. I'll let you direct also the archers that are on the roof now.
Okay. Well, I'm assuming that
The trap. Let's do the trap first. This
no,
this trap springs off that what was his name? Marshall's character set up. So I'll roll a dex save for the stand. It's a stand, so it has advantage on dex saves. So it takes half damage from the arrows. So from the rooftop, you see these arrows that Marcel's character Bogek placed, and they just fly into the dwarves that are at the front gate. But it's only 4 arrows and a whole army of men. So you just see 4 guys getting hit by an arrow, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't do that much. And then it's your go, Migorod.
okay, well, assuming that first line is like still fighting to the last man, I make eye contact with the dwarf commander, and if he can see my face, he can see like this really smug look. And as I reach up to grab the amulet, I just yell out loud so that the archers above me can hear. I just yell out, "No!" And the golem to the side just like lights up into life, I guess, and just swings towards the door.
All right. Give me an attack roll for the golem.
Any mods?
Yeah, I have him here. +8, if you want to know.
A natural 16.
Yeah, sweet. But roll me another d20 because it's a single creature, so it attacks at disadvantage against stands.
18.
Oh, so it's even better than the first.
Yeah.
All right, so you managed to make this creature hit. It deals a lot of damage. Roll me 2 d12s and add 5 to that.
I am loving this monster right now. A total of 20.
Okay. Okay. Let me see. All right. So this first line of dwarves that came in, they lost about 2 men to these 4 arrows that flew in from the trap that Bogek set. But this Minotaur golem comes alive and just explain to me how one swing of its giant axe takes out the remaining 8 men of this.
Well, considering that Minotaurs are pretty giant creatures, I'm assuming that the door normally would fit about 4 dwarves.
Mhm.
So the first 2 lines are coming in, like 2 from the back just fall over. And as they're like screaming and charging, like starting to go into this blood rage, from the eyes of a dwarf, especially the far left, there's just this giant fist followed by an axe that just sends them flying into the gorge.
Nice.
And everyone behind them just sees a Minotaur turn, stand in the doorway, sort of blocking their path. And since I'm assuming the archers above me heard me scream out, they begin shooting downward into the doors.
Sweet. Roll me an attack roll for that as well.
10.
10. Yeah, that's not going to cut it. So the arrows of these guys are caught in the shields of the incoming dwarves that pretty much guard themselves running in like this.
Mhm.
All right, and then you yourself, let's see. Yeah, you prepared the golem. Commanding the archers was an action, but I'll let you take an action as well.
I guess I'm gonna start reloading.
Yep. All right.
I guess I will take the rest of this turn.
Yeah, pretty much. Aye.
All right. Once again, with the elf up there, I'll instruct my man to fire at him. And so he'll fire first. And he got an 8. And then I'll fire at him as well with my longbow.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking by this point my rage is probably ended.
It's 10 turns. I didn't really keep track of it. But...
I wasn't counting either, but it's probably about right.
Mm-hmm.
And I only rolled a 7 total, so I miss as well.
Yeah, so the arrows both fly wide, unfortunately. Yeah, that was an attack action. You could move if you want, or move.
Alright, I'll move back a ways, but really that's it. I'm just trying to line up my shot a little bit better.
Yeah, fair enough. Krusk.
Alright. These orcs with the bows were using hand axes in melee?
Yep.
Alright, those are ranged weapons. Alright. Krusk, no longer trusting this foreign tribe's bows, looks around for the next item to throw at them. Seeing a hand axe on the ground, he picks it up and he lets out this loud battle cry, just yelling, "Grunch!" And any orcs that hear me until my next turn have advantage on their attack rolls, and I can immediately take a attack.
Yeah. So I'll say even Mugarot has heard that because that was a guttural scream, man. So all of you take advantage on any attack you make upcoming turn.
Okay. And I'm just going to chuck this hand axe as hard as I can at this elf that shot me with this white light.
Go for it.
That is a nat 20.
Nice. Full damage on the first die and roll the second.
Okay. And I'm going to apply my strength modifier. Will that give me Grumsh's Fury's D8 on the attack as well?
Yeah, I'll let you have it. Why not?
Okay. So 6 plus 3 is 9.
Or is that only on melee weapons? I'm not really sure.
I do not know. We will find out, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a weapon attack.
All right.
The orc is an
use
extra
it. Yeah, use it then.
weapon attack. I think in my campaign I wouldn't give it to someone with a bow, but
Well,
my own weapon I probably would.
this is an X, so go for it.
Yeah. So it's 9, plus 4 is 13, plus 4 is 17 points of damage.
All right, this guy comes tumbling down the cliff, and it's done. So, if you want to add something to that description, go ahead.
Krusk just grabs this hand axe from the ground and lets out his guttural scream, and he just rears back and throws this axe as hard as he can, and it takes the elf's arm off at the shoulder, and he just falls screaming into the abyss.
Nice. Sweet. All right. Enemies. The same sort of scenario that you guys encountered on your tower is actually happening on the other tower as well. So the men that are operating the trebuchet there and the bowmen are attacked by an elf hanging from the cliff. And what's he going to do? He's pretty low. He's about 10 feet from the surface of this tower. And what he's going to do is he's going to shoot some fire coming from his palm. And these Orcs with their bows are making a save against that. At advantage since they're a stand. Ooh. Nope, they take full fire damage. Alright, so you see these men that are preoccupied with shooting downwards against the dwarves, and they just catch fire coming from behind them, and at least half of them catch the light and just start rolling around on the floor, and the screams are pretty bad. The smell of burning flesh fills the air as this elf just toasts them pretty much. That brings us up to the dwarves, who are now charging up against this Minotaur golem. So what they're going to do is they're going to attack him at advantage because they're a group of creatures attacking a single creature. And that's a hit. So they deal max damage because they're with many. Alright, so the first line of these dwarves just charges in towards this Minotaur, and they let their axes loose, some bash them with the shield, and there's some dents in the legs of this Minotaur, but yeah, he's big and strong, so he doesn't look too phased. It's sort of hard to get around that, but some dwarves try to get around the legs of this Minotaur, and next turn, first dwarves will trickle into the entrance room. That brings us up to Mugarot. So you see this going down. You see the general sort of making his way through the troops, closing in on the gate as well. And the first dwarves are starting to come past the legs of this Minotaur into the room that you were in. What do you do? You're muted?
Sorry, I forgot about that.
That's alright.
I guess the first thing that I'll do is probably order the Minotaur to do another strike.
Yep, roll me at disadvantage, just so 2d20s.
17 and 15.
Okay, yeah, hits.
Yes.
So that's again 2d12 plus 5.
16.
16 damage, okay. So it wiped out like the first stand of these dwarves with the first swing. The second swing is a bit less powerful, but it still managed to wipe out a couple of dwarves in one swing. And but this stand is looking very damaged, but it's still a stand.
Okay. Since that's pretty much my action, the rest I'll do is just order the stands with the archers above me and the stand that I'm with. The guys that I'm with, I'm gonna order them to split up into two groups on either side of the doors. Shields and spears that they're ready to be ready to stab the dwarves as they manage to somehow squeeze past. And then just above me, I'm gonna just scream out, damage report, and I guess someone tells me what happened, and then I just say, shoot him with the trebuchet.
Fair enough. So they start reloading the trebuchet now, and what I'll have you do is when the first dwarves manage to come around this Minotaur, is I'll have you roll an attack of opportunity for the stand that you just split up. Yep. Aye.
First, I'm gonna kind of look around and up the cliff again to see if I see any more dwarves or elves trying to come at us.
Give me a perception check.
And that'll be a 22.
Coast seems clear.
Okay, and then I'll turn to my last recruit I have left, and I'll order him to help me turn this trebuchet so that we can fire at the small bridge when needed.
Yeah. All right. That works. You can prepare that easily. Krusk.
Do I see the fight going on across the chasm? Where the dwarves are coming through the gate?
Well, yeah, it's only natural that as you've dealt
Okay.
with the last elf, you would look around to see what's going on, so.
Alright. Aye, aye. Aim the trebuchet at the Dwarven general.
We need to be prepared for this bridge. If they flow through too quickly, we won't have time to reload it and re-aim with just the two of us.
Very well. And I jump on my warg and I'm gonna charge back down the stairs and back across the small bridge.
Yeah, so like last time, next turn you'll get up there.
Okay.
Alright, so here we go again. We have a stand of dwarves that's coming in through the front door, so you can go ahead and roll that attack of opportunity for me now, Marcos. Still muted.
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting that. Is that with it? Is that with advantage since it's
No,
only
this
three of
is
them?
a stand versus a stand, so this is
Okay.
a normal attack roll.
That is a nat 18.
Alright, that hits. Roll me damage, so that's spears. So spears are D6s, I think.
How many?
1d6, yeah.
5.
Okay, let me add the strength to that. Alright, so as the dwarves start to trickle in from beneath the legs of this Minotaur golem, your men managed to pierce several of them, and there's about 5 coming in, bursting into the entrance hall. The other ones will try to take care of this golem that's still standing in front of them, intimidating them quite a bit. And they managed to damage him. Alright, and then this general makes his way up to the golem as well, and he actually comes over and makes an attack with his axe as well. Alright, so what you see happening is the first, like a group of dwarves just dive their axes into this golem, and it just makes this metal on metal sound, and it doesn't seem to do much. And then this general comes in, and he has a pretty great axe, and he just takes a big ass swing at the knee of this golem, his lower leg basically. His knee is still pretty high up, and that just goes straight through the bronze, and it nearly cuts the whole leg. So this guy's pretty fucking strong. Your golem is still okay though, so you can keep controlling that. As it's your turn now. Oh wait, there's still an elf on top of the roof that just torched the bowman, and he's gonna make another attack against these guys. So what you see happening there is last time it was this cone of fire just blasting him, and now there's going to be lightning shooting from his hand, going into the remaining 5 men there. And that's just gonna toast them. Yeah, these men. Wow, I rolled 7, 6, 6 on my 3d8s. Yeah, so these guys that have just been toasted by the fire, they just get incinerated by the electricity, and of the bowmen on top of the roof, there is none left. Mugarod, your turn.
Okay. Assuming that assuming that Krusk isn't trying to hide his coming, I just shout out roof. So tell him to go up there, and then I guess use my action for the Minotaur. But like order him to stare down at this general.
Mm-hmm.
I guess make it look like he's forced down to one knee, and then use his once a day ability to form a fireball in his hands and just let loose on these dwarves right in front of him.
Yeah, so this fireball is a 20-foot sphere, and this general is engaging him in melee. So he will damage himself as well, but judging that he's made from metal, you'll reckon he'll survive the fire. So you can go ahead and do that if you want, but just know he'll take a little bit of damage as well. Alright, so what this ability is it's actually a 120 feet range thing, but you're not using that, and a 20 feet sphere. So we'll say the edge of the sphere centers on him, and it goes outward from there. And it's a Dex save DC 14 for half damage. So I have the stand roll for half damage, and they make it. And I guess I'll have the golem roll for half damage as well. And he takes full, and then the most important one, the general. The general takes full damage as well, and this is 3d6 fire and 3d6 necrotic actually, as this is a hellfire orb. So 66s. But do the 3d6 fire first, because the golem is immune to necrotic damage. So do the 3d6 fire first.
That is, wow, 10 points of fire damage.
Okay, so the general takes 10 fire, because he took full. The stand of dwarves takes half, so yeah, and the Minotaur took fire, but he has reduction, so yep. And then the necrotic?
7 points necrotic.
Cool. Alright, so this is a pretty heavy impact thing. You see this Minotaur, and it actually opens its mouth, and from its mouth it just lets loose this ball of fire that's so hot that it actually makes flesh sort of disappear and turn black instantly, as well as it's combined with necrotic energy, a hellfire orb, and the dwarven general just loses all of his hair instantly. So this orange mohawk that he had is just gone, and his skin starts to bubble a little bit, and he's still standing, but he's hurt, like he's got third-degree burns over him, and the Minotaur golem sort of heats up. The axe just went into the leg, and it went in pretty deep, right, of the general. So there's a little bit of leg left, and it starts to melt a little bit from this heat. So he's wobbly on his feet at the moment. And then the dwarves that were charging in, a couple of them just turned straight into black ashes. So that was a pretty heavy blow you dealt there. I say commanding this thing is just one action, so you can do one more action if you want.
I guess the only thing I can do, like action for me or action for the stand.
Oh, the stand can definitely go.
Okay, they're still attacking the doors.
Yeah, fair enough.
At a nat 16.
Yeah, they hit. Roll me a d6.
That's 5.
All right, that's just enough to take out the first wave of incoming dwarves that passed the Minotaur. Well done. So the entranceway is clear again. The Minotaur is sort of melting as he just threw out that fire. What about you?
Can I see the general between the Minotaur's legs?
Yes.
I'm gonna shoot at him with my crossbow.
All right, sweet.
Not 20.
Okay, full damage on first die and roll me the second die.
So that's 8.
Mm-hmm.
It's 10, but then I'm gonna use Savage Attack to re-roll that.
Okay.
It goes from a total of 10 to total 13.
All right, sweet. So not only does the skin of the general start to bubble, he takes a pretty good hit of this arrow as well. Let me see. 13 it was, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. Next up, Aye.
All right. How many people does it take to actually fire the trebuchet?
2.
All right. So I'm gonna have me and this soldier up here with me kind of ready our actions to fire the trebuchet once the dwarven troops are about halfway across the bridge, basically under the assumption that if we fire it when they're about halfway, that it should hit and break the bridge before they reach to the end of it.
Yeah. Cool.
And then once our action to fire the trebuchet is complete, we'll kind of run down the stairs and into the room directly to the east of the tower we're in. And we'll go to the other edge of that corridor so we could potentially light the fire if we need to.
Fair enough. That sounds like a very good plan.
And that'll basically be my action because I'm about out of time for today.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So yeah, I guess we're running really long now. All right. Thanks, man.
Yep. So thanks, guys. Good luck. I know you probably won't survive, but
yeah, they will. They have to, because otherwise there's no second one shot. So.
Oh, I thought the other one was for the elves to attack.
Yeah, it is. But if there's no survivors left, then what are they going to
No one to
attack,
hunt
right?
down?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I thought it was just the other side of this combat.
Yeah, it is. But at first the plan was to have everyone die in sort of like an epic fashion. But I want to give people a chance to live, so I split it up into two sections. So you guys will get to fight off this wave, maybe, and then the elves will come in and clean everything up. So.
Well, awesome. So I guess after firing the trebuchet, I'll kind of protect the women and children.
Good work, man. All right, thanks for playing.
See you guys.
See ya.
Can't wait
Thanks for
to
playing.
catch how the rest of it goes.
Yeah. All right, so are we cool still, or are we sort of tired and too long and just finish this up already, or?
I'm still good.
I'm good.
Sweet. All right. So then it's your turn, Krusk.
All right. I am going to. I heard.
The work. I hear the work.
I heard Mugarad yell top. Is that what he yelled?
Yeah.
Roof, but same thing.
Yeah, roof. Yeah.
I continue. I'm gonna ride my warg straight up those stairs. And is the elf still where I saw him when I was across the bridge?
We'll say, yeah, he hasn't had a turn, so obviously he is, yeah.
Okay. And I'm from the back of my warg. I'm going to take my whip, and I want to grab him by the legs. You said he was 10 feet up.
Yeah, he's pretty down low, yeah. So you can do that.
Yeah, I want to do that like Zorro and just pull him off the wall.
All right, give me an attack roll first.
20. Not nat 20.
Okay. Yeah, that's good enough. And then give me a opposed strength check.
Okay. That is a 15.
A 15. Let me roll for this guy. Oh, you easily. Easy.
Okay.
So he smacks down. Yeah, I guess roll me a bit of damage for the whip as well, eh?
Okay. I'm loving this Grumpsh's Fury thing.
Yeah, good, right?
Oh, but that wasn't a good damage roll. He only takes the 9.
9. That's still solid.
From a whip, that's kind of good.
Well, it's between the D8 and the D4 plus 4, so...
Mm-hmm.
And what I've been averaging on damage this game so far has been like, what, 15?
Yeah, it's crazy. What we did for Krusk was instead of get the extra attack ability that you get at level 5 if you're a fighter, we changed it to, what was the ability called? Grumpsh's Fury?
It's Grumpsh's Fury. It's what you get for worshipping Grumsh and taking your eye out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
So he gets an extra D8 on his damage rolls with a weapon. So instead of getting to attack twice, he just gets to attack once, but deal a lot more damage.
Okay.
And his strength is an 18, so he gets a plus 4 on the damage. So.
Yeah, he's pretty solid. Righto. Yeah, that was you. So this mage is now prone in front of you, and it's going to get up. So I don't know how that's in this edition, but in 3.5 that meant opportunity attack.
It still does, and getting up from prone uses half of his movement speed.
Yeah, all right. So go ahead and make that attack of opportunity.
15? Yeah, I can't do math.
But if it's a 15, it's going to, the whip is going to, as he stumbles up, the whip is going to crash down on him. But actually, the sound the whip makes, it does that as well. But you can see it crack, not on his body, but in front of him as a sort of shield of force blocks it.
Okay.
And so he just got up, and what he's going to do is... what kind of armor are you wearing? Can you see what you are wearing?
It's scale mail, kind of.
Scale mail. Okay, so... He's going to reach out and lay a hand on you, and that's going to send a jolt through your body as some electricity is driven in, and that's going to be six electric damage for you.
Okay.
And that's it for him. Then we have the Dwarven General, and he's going to take care of this golem yet again. He manages to hit it once more. Okay, so he drives his great axe into the already weakened spot on the leg of this golem, and this golem starts to topple sideways. And as it topples sideways, it takes a second attack, and his second attack also hits. And with his second attack, it manages to drive his great axe over its head, come down on top of the head of the Minotaur golem, and one of the ruby eyes actually falls out, and the Minotaur just crashes into the ground of the entrance hall. Some of your men just jump out of the way, Mugorod, and yeah, that was the Dwarven General. So now the dwarves that are at the front gate, they have free way to roam inside, and they just charge inside, causing another attack of opportunity from your orc stand that has spears ready.
Not 10.
10?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens is they charge in, but they're a bit more aware than the ones that came before them. And they have their shields to their sides, so when charging in, the spears just hit the shields. And as they come in, they're going to attack your men that are standing on the sides as well. So let me roll for that. Okay, and they manage to sink their axes into their flesh for 5. Alright. Yeah, that's it for the enemies for now. Mugorod, you.
They sort of.
This golem is still sort of with you. You can tell it to get up. It will get attacked again, but yeah.
I was actually okay. Now that you said out, now I'll kind of ask it to sort of like lie down on its side in the way of the doorway.
Okay.
To sort of block it off as long as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, it will clumsily try to move around amidst some bodies, and yeah, it'll do its best it can, and basically it comes down to it not moving as much as you would have hoped it would, but it moving its axe, which is a pretty big axe, into the way of the doorway, and trying to block it that way.
And then I guess I'll rush into the stand and help them fight off what dwarves are inside.
Alright, so if you join the stand, that means you can give some inspirational speeches to them to give them advantage on their attacks if you want. You can help them by giving advantage on their saving throws as well. And that all works with charisma checks, so you can speak to them to inspire them. And what will happen is that if you join the stand, you cannot be attacked as an individual because you're part of the stand. So if the stand dies, that means you will be able to be targeted as an individual again. But before that, the stand will take damage before you will take damage. So
Okay. Okay. Once I see the axe moving, I sort of grab the amulet, rush forward, like pulling out a dagger, and just say, real quick, what god do you follow?
Grumsh.
Okay.
There's another orc goddess, but she's like if you believe in the strength thing, like you said earlier, it would probably be Grumsh.
Okay. Yeah. I like pull the amulet off, and with this dagger, sort of like make it like a thin line going along the vein, so that my blood will weave into this amulet, putting even more power, and just shout out, "Keep on fighting! Grunch will help us!" And just hoping that this will somehow work. Turn sideways towards the one that like didn't work before and see what happens.
Alright.
Sort of willing it to stand up to help us.
Yeah. Roll me your spellcasting ability is charisma, right? Roll me a charisma check on that.
So 16.
Unmodified or modified?
Modified.
Alright. Okay. Yeah, you'll see what happens as it's on its next turn.
Okay.
Let me see. So you're part of the stand now. So the stand can attack.
Dang, that's a 4.
Yeah. Okay. So apparently these dwarves are pretty good with their shields, and more spears sink into the shields of the dwarves, as they are now charged and energized because they finally have a means of getting into the complex. I still waiting to fire the trebuchet. Krusk.
All right. Does this elf look bloodied?
Well, he's definitely bloodied. Yeah, I mean, the whip sort of didn't do all that much, but in falling makes him look like he's in quite a bit of pain.
Okay. What I want to do is I want to pick him up and throw him into the mass of dwarves below.
Yeah, go for it.
Follow it down with my maul.
Oh, no.
Well, you want to jump down and follow?
I want to finish him off as I fall on top of him with my maul.
Right. Okay, that's a pretty cool action. So.
Information for badassness.
Yeah. Roll me a strength check to start that off.
Okay. Oh, not so good. That's a 12.
A 12. Okay, I'm going to oppose it with a 7. So you managed to grab a hold of this elf. And you're going to drag him. For the throwing, I will be a bitch and have you roll another strength check for that.
Okay. Actually, that one's better. 17.
17. Yeah, this mage doesn't have much in terms of strength. So, did you say 17?
Yes.
Let me show you what I rolled.
If it's in that 20, I'm gonna smack myself.
I must talk, otherwise you can't see it. A 16. There we go. You're lucky, man. So you throw this guy over the top of the tower, going down, and it smacks the hordes of dwarves that are behind the general.
All right. And can I go ahead and follow him off with my maul?
Just because it's badass, of course you can. So roll me a attack roll for that.
20, not natural, but
Yeah, that's good enough.
all right.
This guy, man, last game I played with him, he just had this crab-like giant that he was fighting, and some of our party member of ours was stuck in the pincers of this crab thing. So his character just decided to grab his longsword, put it in the pincer, climb up, and force open while raging the pincers to save this guy. And
Yes.
and his rules were just they were. You rolled a crit on that as well, I think.
I think I rolled a crit on the sword damage. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So he made it.
But I do want to point out that if I didn't have the advantage from raging on the strength roll, I rolled a 3 for the first roll and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
17 for the second one.
Yeah, your advantage saved you there. That was definitely true. But yeah, man, this attack roll. What did you get?
All right. 2. 11 points of damage.
11. All right. So I'm gonna roll a little bit of falling damage. See if you can finish this guy off. He's barely alive. But you can describe this whole scene to me and then give me a intimidation check as well.
Okay. So Krusk he hops off his warg and he grabs this elf by the front of his armor or clothes or whatever he's wearing, and he just drags him over to the edge of the tower and he just chucks him off with one hand, and as the guy's falling, Krusk jumps over the edge with his maul over his head and follows him down. And as Krusk lands, he brings the maul down with all the force of that jump.
Yeah. And yeah, give me that intimidation check.
I actually have intimidation.
Nice.
13 plus 7. All right.
20. Sweet. All right.
Yeah, I was like, Orc Chieftain needs some charisma. So.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, hooray for the most epic round ever. The enemies. What happens when you land there on top of this elf is that a lot of the dwarves that were coming around the corner trying to climb over this landslide are just frozen in their tracks, and they're just staring at what happened, just basically frozen in fear. What also happens is that the dwarven general that was at the gate and was forcing his way in as he dealt with this Minotaur turns around to see what happens and looks at you and takes a couple of steps backwards, tripping over the actual great axe of the golem that was blocking the way. So he's now prone in the doorway. The other men that were fighting the men of Mugoroth, so basically the dwarf stand, they will continue attacking the stand of orcs that's still there. So they deal some damage as their axes sink into the flesh of these orcs. And there we go. Then this elf that's now beneath you still has some life in him. So what's he going to do?
He is going to kill me with a fireball.
No, he's going to
Beg for mercy?
exhale, and as he exhales, there is this pungent smell that's even to an orc not very pleasant. And I'll have you roll a con save for that, please.
Ooh. Oh, not too bad. 14.
14. Yeah, you make it. Nice. So this was a poison spray, but yeah, even though it smells really bad, you can deal with it. And I'll give him a chance to try and push you off him. So can you roll me a strength check again? He's probably gonna fail, but
12.
yeah, he fails. All right, Mugarot, you're up.
Okay, did
So I told you that I would tell you something about that other golem, right? What happens is it was clutching a big ass greatsword, just like the other golem was, and that greatsword had been stuck there for a while, or a great axe, sorry. And what you see happen is you see his eyes light up briefly, and the clutch of his fist weakens. Its fist opens up, and it drops the great axe. So that can now be used. He himself, though, doesn't manage to get up or move or anything like that.
Okay, well,
I was really hoping like that.
I
Golem
really
would
was.
like pull himself back together, just stand up and start beating on these dwarves.
Breathing fire, yeah, being epic.
I would have needed that. I really needed that.
Just grabs two dwarves and starts slapping them together, you know.
Ching, ching, ching.
Throwing them over the edge like pocket change.
Yeah.
Yes.
I gotta challenge you guys a little bit. I mean, come on.
It's been pretty. Well, actually, I'm not quite half dead. So,
No, and
but everybody else was.
what, you mean the guys that just left the battle? That dropped. Mugarot is still fine. He hasn't taken any damage.
That's true.
I took a lot of damage, but he healed
Yeah,
a lot.
he
too.
did. He was on the wrong side, man. I mean, yeah, you guys focused a little bit too much on the entrance, I think. But
Well, I kind of expected to have more men, but
yeah. Well, this would run like 5 hours longer than I think.
I think it would have gone faster had we had the original everybody here. That was supposed.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I mean, they would have been taking their actions, but they were all 5th level characters. So.
True. And I didn't expect like the preparation part of it to be this long, to be honest. But that's always hard to judge, right? But without further ado, Mugarod, what are you doing?
I'm in the stand and I'm like looking backwards, hoping for this thing to just stand up and help us fight. I'm hearing my men die. It just lets go of his weapon and drops. So I just like, not a barbarian rage, but I just get extremely pissed that this didn't work and that this god that I called upon didn't answer. So I just turn around and almost dragon-like release. Where is it? Yeah, just like dragon-like, I just turn around and roar as loud as I can, and without realizing it, just like some form of magic within me like activates, and like a fire version of acid splash escapes my mouth, going for the dwarves in front of me.
All right, nice. So, what should they roll?
I think for all my spells, it is a DC of 15.
Dexterity.
Dex, right? Yeah.
Acid splash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is a line effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. And is it dex save for half or for negating?
I'm not exactly sure. I would think since it's a cantrip, it might be negating.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah, it's negate.
Alright. So then I have unfortunate news because these dwarves are going to split their unit, and your splash of fire is just going to, your line of fire actually is just going to whiz out of the door and or close in on the door and hit the golem that's obstructing the door. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I know.
What do we got? Your stand already attacked or not?
Not this turn.
Alright, go for it then.
Natural 2.
Yeah, so they're really struggling with the shield of these dwarves.
They're too small.
They're well trained fighters. Yeah, that brings us to. Let me get rid of my eye. It's not Krusk. Go ahead. You're on top of an elf that's nearly dead.
Just snap it, snap.
I'm going to. I want to kick the elf on top of the Dwarven commander, and then use my sweeping attack to bring my maul down on top of both of them.
Well, the Dwarven commander did take a couple steps back. Whoa, and then you fell over the Minotaur golem. So he's about 10 feet behind you. So it will be hard to literally kick the elf all that way, but you can sure as hell try.
Do it.
Okay. Instead, I want to just use my pushing attack because it will push him 10 feet, and I want his body, if he dies, to land on the dwarf.
Yeah. All right, go for it.
Okay. That is a 19 plus 7, 26 to hit.
Just make it close.
But wait, you're you're on top of him. Wait, if you're on top of him, how are you going to push him? That's a bit of a question, right?
Golf club swing with the maul.
Yeah, I'll let you have it. Why not?
If you don't want me to.
No, go. You hit it.
I was thinking more of a windmill thing.
Do what?
I was thinking more of a windmill so that like, you just get up, turn around, close it, turn off, and just go.
Use some of my move to pick him up, stand him up, and then maul him.
yeah. That's it. That's the most viable one, I think.
3, D8, 4, so 10, 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, there's nothing left of him. So basically, instead of a full body falling onto this general, it's just bits and pieces falling on top of this general.
Okay. I'll accept that.
Yeah.
Kind of overkill, don't you think?
Yeah, it was completely overshot.
Well, you gotta overkill things to intimidate everything else around you.
Yeah, that works.
And I'd like to take my bonus action and use second wind to heal myself.
Yeah, that works.
For 9 points of damage.
Sweet.
9 hit points.
Enemies. So, this Dwarven general, let's start with him. He's been having a rough time. He's been boiled. He's
He's
been
been
burned.
shot.
He's been shot. He lost his mohawk. He's seen his men fall. He was greatly intimidated by this orc jumping down. He fell over and got covered in elvish blood, which is for a dwarven general. If it's by his own doing, it's a pleasure, but at this point, it's not. So he'll get up and he'll let out a scream, and you see veins in his forehead just grow, and his eyes just become more intense, and he's gonna attack the stand of orcs that his men are fighting. He does so at disadvantage, though.
It's a Dwarven barbarian.
It is, it is. But he still manages to hit.
I'm gonna have to steal that. I've never actually thought of having dwarves as barbarians.
It's pretty cool, right?
I've always thought of them as like clerics or like your tanky fighters.
You know what? I didn't even make a dwarf in general. I heard Mugarod asking for a leader figure, and then I thought, fuck, completely forgot the dwarven leader. And I grabbed the character sheet of one of my humans, and he's now my dwarven barbarian. So. But it works. So, in complete rage, he starts digging his great axe into the men that are there and have suffered some from the smaller axes of these dwarves, and he wipes out like two in one swing. And your stand of orcs doesn't look like it's going to be around for that much longer.
No, that's my thing.
And then we have the stand of dwarf that's going to attack the same stand of orcs. And they also hit. And I lost a d6. There it is. Alright. Okay, so as these close combat, right? So these dwarves just come in, push with shields. Yeah, just take a couple of swipes, and there's about 2 orcs left standing, and all the other ones have fallen. Yeah, that's all for the enemies. Let's go to you, Mugarod. You have 2 men left. So your cover from these guys is blown. You have to do it yourself now.
Yeah, I'm just like still completely pissed that this other golem didn't get up when I asked it to.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the spark inside me is just like starting to rage even hotter. So I just stare this dwarven general in the eye, my entire body looking like it's glowing bright red from within, my eyes slits like a dragon's eyes. And I just say, just burn already! And just release, the spell is Sleep Storm. It's a 3rd slot spell.
Yep.
But, you know, I'm going to use it as a Firestorm.
Alright. Sweet. Go for it. Do I
how he's
roll?
flavoring his spells.
Huh?
Instead, I like how he's flavoring his spells.
Yeah. Good. I'm also flavoring, man. It's just the best thing there is.
At where he's standing right now, it will be, and all the doors with him. It is a Constitution saving throw to half damage.
Okay, so what's the area of effect?
The way I have it based is sort of like the edge of the cylinder is like right in front of me.
Yeah. But I'm just thinking about the 2 orc men that you had left from your stand. They would probably have to roll the save as well. So, what's the save?
15 still.
Dex, right?
For the orcs, yes. For the dwarves, it's a Constitution.
Wait, how does that work? It should be the same.
It said if you're entering into the cylinder, it's a Dex save. If you're already in it, then it's a Con save.
Ah, so it's con for all of them. I guess, right? Because
I
they're
guess.
all.
I think it would be, yeah.
Well, doesn't matter because all of the saves that were rolled were fails. Except for the one from the general. So, what happens when you pass and what happens when you fail?
What happens what?
What's the effect when you make the save and what's the effect when you fail the save? Because I'm not familiar with the spell.
If you make it, it's half damage.
Okay, so roll me some damage.
I completely forgot what the damage was. I'm gonna just roll 2d8s.
It'd be more than that, I think, as a third level spell, but
3 or 4. Let me look it up real quick.
yeah, go for it.
I'm going to go ahead and say that I used my action surge for the day and one of my superiority die for when I threw the elf off the roof.
All right.
So I was thinking about all those actions I took, and it's kind of like, okay.
Yeah, it's a bit much, but I'm like one of the biggest rules in my player's handbook is, or Dungeon Master Guide is, if it's epic, you can do it. So.
That's a 3rd level. No, Sleet Storm.
Oh, and I could have re-rolled my 1s and 2s on my damage rolls.
What, you don't think you're epic enough, Crust?
He is kind of scary for a level 5 character.
Yeah, man, you did pretty well. And I was worried about Marcus' character being overpowered, but...
We're orcs.
You're badass.
There's that too.
Sleet Storm. Let me see, I got it here. Oh, it doesn't do damage, it just makes people fall prone.
Yeah, but I'm using fire damage.
Yeah, but if it doesn't deal damage, then reflavoring it like doesn't really
Doesn't do anything.
work. So I guess you could have flames knocking people prone.
Well, I guess the only other spell that I have that would do damage is Fireball.
Well, maybe you should use that then.
Okay, then Fireball instead of Sleet Storm.
Yep. Firebolt. So should I look up that one, or do you know how it works? Because spells are kind of my weak spot in 5th edition, as there's many new ones, and I know 3.5 a lot better.
It's the same thing, except the dexterity save is half damage, and the damage is 8d6. Otherwise, it's the same exact thing, except for it's a ball or a sphere instead of a...
Sweet. So roll me 8d6.
Or let me get the other die. Here we go.
That's a lot of dice.
Yeah, I've only got one set out, so if I have to do anything like that, I have to roll my dice 8 times.
Yeah.
Oh wow. It's 26.
26. All right. So these two orcs you had left, you can't even see them anymore. They're completely turned into ashes. The stand of dwarves. There was 10 of them that were absolutely pristine. They were undamaged. They've been blocking every attack with these wooden shields. But obviously wood is not going to protect them from fire. So you managed to take out all 10 of them. You can give me a description on that later.
Oh,
And the general, even though he manages to move out of the way slightly, still his face is barely recognizable from the burns, and he looks in severe pain. So yeah. If you want to add anything to that description, be my guest, man, because you just took out a full stand of dwarves.
again. I guess on top of me completely raging and just saying just burn already, I release this like fire escapes from my fingertips, swirling this spherical vortex. My guys, in my rage, I completely forget about them. I don't even hear the screams as they turn to ash, and then that ash is burned away. All I see is these 10 dwarves sort of like pretty much do the same thing. They just like light up, rise into the air as ash, and disappear. And then my eyes sort of follow towards the general, and I see his face. And I just, still mad, but I just get this feeling of frustration. I just go, "Come on, dude!"
Fair enough. All right, it's their turn, and as a bonus action, because this guy is a fighter barbarian, actually, he's going to use his second wind ability, so he's going to recollect himself and actually regain a couple of hit points. So what you see happen is that with these burns coming in on his face, and from the expressions that he can still make, which is like a heavily maimed face, so it's hard to tell, but you actually think he might be enjoying this pain and saying, "Ah, come on!" And he raises his great axe up towards you, and he charges at you. Let me see. Your armor class was 16, right? 15.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, you get hit by this great axe of this dwarven general that's now completely focused on you for a whopping 18.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's badass. Other enemies. Well, we had this one stand of dwarves that was climbing over the landslide at the front gate that was frozen in fear from Krusk. And Krusk, I believe you're still in the same position, right? So
Yes.
they're not going to close in because they're scared of you.
And it just kind of turned this elf to jelly, so.
Yeah, they're staying put. And that brings us to... Wait. My order is messed up now. Because according to my order, it's Mugarod's turn again, but that's not right, because that would have meant I would have skipped you, Krusk. So I'll let you go now.
That's fine. We'll just say that I'm standing there screaming at these dwarves trying to climb over the...
Kinda need help over here.
You're an orc. You got this.
What? Well, you could always lead him to the bridge, of course. But... Anyway, so you're standing there taunting? Is that what I what I get out
I'm
of this?
still trying to intimidate them to make them run away.
Okay, roll me another intimidation check and tell me what you do to achieve that.
17, 24. 24. I'll start grabbing body parts from this elf and chucking them at them, and I'll take the spear that's sitting outside, if it's still there, that has the elf head on it, and I'll take the spear and I'll throw that at him.
Yeah, you know what? They're not quite running away in the sense of "fuck this, we're going," but they're definitely putting their backs up against the cliff face and moving around the corner a little bit.
Okay.
All right, Marcos, Mugorot.
Okay, well,
Engaging a dwarven general that seems to enjoy pain.
well, he just hit me a lot, and I'm bleeding pretty hard, so he almost forgot an amulet in my hand. I just like pretty much try to shove it into my body, trying to put as much blood in there, and just shout at the golem again, "Help me!" And with that, like turning back towards him, using my second and last, I think it's my last third spell slot, I use fireball again.
All right, give me a charisma check for the golem.
That is a 16 again.
All right, so what you see happen is this hand that just let go of the axe is now grabbing on to the foot of the dwarven general, and what this means is that he will have disadvantage on his dex save trying to get out of the way of your fireball.
Nice.
Yes.
So the DC for that was again
15.
15. Right, with disadvantage. Yeah, he fails it. So give me a full 86 of fire.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. Where the other die went?
Man, D6s.
12, 18, 24, 29 points of damage.
How much?
29.
Oh, he had.
Please let it be 1.
He had this.
Oh!
So he's gone.
What you don't know is that he's actually an Azer, so he has resistance to fire damage.
It only makes it only makes him stronger. Do not
ruin this for me.
No, man. If you wanna describe how you toast the dwarven general, be my guest.
So, shouting. I guess the way it sounded, I shouted back towards the one that dropped that battle axe. But the one towards the gate is the one that grabbed his foot?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the one that you tried to convince earlier to join, the one that was toppled over.
Okay.
He let go of the axe, and finally he managed, because the other one is completely gone.
Mm-hmm.
So finally he managed to pull a little bit of his, you managed to imbue a little bit of your magic into him, and he finally moves.
Okay. So then I completely ignore what happens next. I don't see him grab his foot, but I do see the dwarf look down, and I just say, "Mistake that is your last mistake you will ever make," and roar again, releasing this inferno from my fingertips. And the same thing that happened. He just rises out of the air, turns into ash, and burned away. And as I see the last of the flames flicker off, I just sort of like as a second intimidation check for the dwarves outside, roar in anger, pain, and relief that this nuisance is finally dead.
Go ahead and roll it.
Where is it? And since I have, what was it? Intimidation.
Yeah.
That is 22.
22. Let me oppose it with a. You're not gonna believe this.
And that one. Please be in
Yeah.
that one. Yes!
Yeah. It was. So, describe how this battle ends today, man. We're gonna go home. It's done. These dwarves.
We survived! Although I'm probably gonna end up dying.
Nice, man. So yeah, these dwarves just hear their general scream in complete agony and pain as he's turned into absolute mush and toast, and they can even smell it. And they see Krusk standing in front of them. They see this sea of fire that has been going not once, but like 3 times at least. Because there's been a hellfire, or there's been 2 of these fire attacks by you, and they're just standing there looking at it, at all this destruction and the bodies in the pit that have been completely fried, and they're like, "Fuck this!" They drop all their shit and they retreat. And yeah, you guys stand there at the front, relieved. I is drinking tea and playing a little game with the women and children in the other tower. And this is finished.
Very difficult.
So
So
yeah,
now, next scenario, there's literally 4 orcs remaining.
yeah,
4 warriors with I forget how many women and children.
yeah. Yeah, you might even have to force the women and children into arms. Yeah, but yeah, send me your character sheets. I pretty much will use them. I think maybe I'll even have you guys join if you want.
Yes.
That'd be pretty cool, right?
Actually, I think I'll let someone else kill Krusk.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe I'll just even go for have a party of elves and have you guys there to play your own sort of character if you want. So we'll have like maybe 9 people here if you want. If you don't want, then I'll just play them. But yeah, I think it'd be pretty cool to give you that option.
And now you have an interesting twist in your story for this orcs necromancer.
Yeah, definitely. No, I usually like the first thing I ran here was a wizard only one shot, and actually there was a character in there that was from the past, and I've recently introduced him to the players in my home group, and that was pretty cool because now finally it's so easy, man. If you introduce a character that you've dealt with in a game already, you instantly have like these 5 hours of just stuff that happened that you can just use. It's so nice. So yeah, it's just this place now has a history. Like I can turn elements of this place, like the bridge has been rigged. Obviously, that's not going to get fixed if my players from home ever get here. And it's just these things that you can instantly include, and it makes it so much richer. It's pretty cool. So yeah, it's fun, guys. It's a shame a lot of people dropped, but in the end, I think we would have been here for 5 more hours if they were here, probably. So I hope you guys had a good time. I will make you do a little outro if you want, and then I'll stop the broadcast. And after that, we can have a little chat if you want, or just piss off and do our own things. But so if there's anything you want to plug or say as a farewell to the people out there that might be watching this, go ahead. Now's your time.
All that Krusk would do is he would kind of walk around to all the orc bodies of his tribe that have fallen and just say a prayer to Grumsh, and that's about all he would do.
Alright. That works?
Buddha sort of like limps out to the front, this gem sort of like dangling from his wound. Just looks around, just looks up and said, "Why'd you choose me?" And then turns around and walks back inside and starts like trying to figure out a way for them to get out safely so that they don't end up dying from the retaliation.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. And the retaliation, I should say, I will host as well. I talked about that already a little bit, but the next video for the people that are watching this, that will be on here, will be me running the next wave of attacks, and the player characters will be the dwarves and the elves, and they will probably, possibly, maybe make the race of orcs go extinct. So keep an eye out for that. If you want to join that game, you can do so by looking it up on the Tabletop RPG one-shot group on Facebook. I haven't set a date for it yet, but it will be soon. So keep an eye out for that. Thanks for watching. Thanks, Marcos and Chase. You've been awesome for sticking it out with me this long. And with that, I will end the broadcast. Farewell.